Shelley, can you do roll call, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Present.
District 2, Councilman Pastor. District 3, Councilman Latham.
Present.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Here.
District 5, Councilwoman Giles.
Here.
District 6, Councilman Shipley is excused.
And he'll be joining us later.
Yes. Mr. Mayor.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Shelley, can you do the invocation, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for the opportunities that you give. And I pray tonight, Lord, that you bless this meeting and the decisions made. Lord, I pray that you protect our city body and help us, Lord, to do our best as we serve this community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Mike, can you lead us in the pledge? We'll go to summary of current events, and we'll start with Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things I want to touch on. A family member of mine, we had to call the fire department. I just want to thank the fire department and the chief for how quick they responded and the expertise that was there. That's something that, you know, I'm proud to say our residents can expect every time. So they really amazed me in what they did and how fast they did it. As well as Tri-City Fire Department. They did an amazing job in the hospital as well. I also want to remind everybody about the downtown shopping spree that is being put on Friday, November the 13th at 5:30. A lot of businesses have been asked by, I believe Matt Storms is putting that together. And so it's coming along really well, and a lot of businesses are doing discounts and different things. So that's awesome. I know we talked about this prior, but with the CARES money, Superior did something different with theirs. They were able to give it to a nonprofit and were able to make a kind of a grant type deal, if you will. So if we could look into that and see what's out there and what's available.
And possibly a future agenda item.
Sure. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And what was the time for the downtown spree?
5:30 p.m. I don't know if there's an end time. I think I think he's talking about a band downtown at the bandstand and just asking the businesses to stay open later and getting people down there.
Okay. Shirley?
The Globe Library is doing a drive-through curbside trick-or-treat, and that will be on Friday the 30th. It'll be from 8:30 in the morning till 4 p.m. So if anybody went to the summer lunch program, it's going to be very similar to that. They're going to set their cones up in that side parking lot and have you drive on through. So I believe everybody's to stay in their car. And then the Fall Walk Run Club is finished from the library. It just finished up last week, and they did these really cool masks they gave everybody that participated. And then they gave these for finishing, those of us that actually started and finished the whole, they gave these medallions out. So it's great they're still doing that. And actually this time we had such great participation, and I really think it was because it was virtual. You know, in previous times they've done in the fall and the spring, everybody had to meet at a certain time, and it was 6 o'clock, and that was just a hard time for a lot of folks. So this time it was, you just go whenever you go, whether it's 6 in the morning or 6 at night or 12 noon or whatever, and you just send in the day and time, how many miles or footsteps that you walked, and they kept track of them. So it actually worked out really good to do it that way, the virtual walk. And then I know we're going to talk later about the liquor license for Bravo, but so they're planning on opening the first week of November. So that would be awesome. Everybody needs to go and buy a lot of pizza. And they're on the, this is the poster for what Jesse was talking about, the downtown spree. We're going to just start putting these up. I just got the posters tonight from the organizers of the event, so I just told them I would help put the posters up. So, yeah, everybody that can participate, that will be great. Please do. Our downtown merchants definitely need some help from all of us. And then I would like to just talk briefly on a long time ago when COVID started, I was approached by several business owners, more than several, probably a dozen, asking what the city was gonna do about business permits. Did they still have to buy the licenses and what have you? We kind of just turned that over to the administration. My thought on this, so again, there's business owners that are asking and saying they haven't heard anything, they want to know what's going on. I said I would bring that to the meeting tonight, but my kind of thoughts about it are that, so the governor put the bars, the restaurants, the gyms, the movie theaters, the governor kind of put them in his own classification, so to speak. So I think this body needs to consider those folks as that group.
And I was going to bring that up myself, that we probably put that on the agenda for a future agenda item in 2 weeks, because it is possible to do, but we can have
All
a
right,
more.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I just know I
no,
was
and
asked months ago, and now I've been asked
Yeah,
again.
no, I did get a couple of emails, and so no, we can have that discussion that you're having right now. We can have a little bit more of an extended discussion about what format and the parameters of that,
Okay.
and that would be perfect. But it had been my intent to do that anyway, but you brought it up, let's talk about future agenda item.
Yeah, soon. I would say on the next agenda, because
Yes,
this has gone on.
so it's
for months.
time sensitive.
People want an answer. And, just on that note, a couple $100 might not seem like a lot of money, but if you have had no income coming in
Yeah.
for 6 or 8 months and all you have is bills, a couple $100 is a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. It's a lot to come up with when you don't have it coming in, so. Okay, so we will discuss that later, and then that's all I have.
Thank you, Shirley. Mike?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have anything to announce. I'm, like I tell you, I'm hunkered down, so.
Especially today. Ready?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Charlene, if I could get one of those posters, I'd like to put one up in my office.
You're more than, here, we'll just pass it right on down.
All right.
I got more. Thank you. And anybody that wants a poster, please, let us know.
Secondly, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Woody Klein in the audience today. I want to thank him for coming back out again. I know that we tried to get him last time, and thank you for making the effort to be here again. I appreciate it. I'm sure we all do. And I just kind of want to give a shout out to Chris Colopy. I've had some constituent concerns in my district that trying to navigate and work through and resolve some of their concerns. And most recently, Chris has stepped up and really helped move the needle on this one. I hope we can come to a good resolution for the constituents. But Chris, if you're here, thank you. I thought I saw him here earlier.
Right there.
Okay, thanks a lot, appreciate it. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Freddie. Mike?
I just have a few things, Mayor. Thank you. First of all, just a reminder, trick or treat really isn't happening, but it is.
That's a good way.
The downtown isn't, the downtown association isn't doing it this year, but there will be kids out there trick or treating. So just keep your eyes peeled out for them. Because I know I've heard kids coming up to me saying, we're still gonna trick or treat, so just be aware of that. And then I had a nice surprise today. I was going to school today, and I saw the first Cobra Valley Transit bus, the new one.
Oh,
It's pretty copper. It looks awesome. So I haven't had a chance to see one, and today was the first day. So congratulations to the Cobra Valley Transit system. And then one last thing is during all this COVID thing that we're going through, remember the kids, football. There's a game, I know JV got canceled for the rest of the year, but there's a varsity game Friday night up here, Globe, against St. John's. So if you can go participate and go cheer those kids on, I think it would be a meaningful thing to do.
Are they allowed, they're doing in
Yeah.
person? You're allowed to go to the
Yeah, you can
field?
get
Okay.
mask up,
Okay.
make sure everything is social distancing. And a reminder too for trick or treat too, make sure you wear your mask when you enter your door and all that stuff. But, yeah, you can go to the games. They're
Is
just
there a
not-
limit on who they're allowing?
There is a limit, 4 family members per kid.
Player, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Miami's doing, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I'm kind of glad they, well, not glad. There was a JV game in St. John's that I was gonna have to go to, but that's like 6 hours on the road there and back. But they did cancel that game, but varsity is playing. So, if you can, like I said, make it. It'd be good. And then just a shout out to PD. Thanks, guys, for everything you guys do. Fire's not here. And then Public Works, of course. You know, you guys, they've always been stepping up during this pandemic. So thank you again for everything you do. And Woody, Kathy, sorry about last week. I felt like crap. So thank you, like Freddie said. Thanks for showing up, guys. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. I have two things. First of all, I want to talk about PD and Fire, Chief Walters, and I'm sure Chief Robinson is on Zoom. But I just want to talk of an incident that happened. I think it was a week and a half ago. I was driving out of Globe, and I saw a family in front of McSpadden Ford with a sign requesting some help. They were stranded. It was a lady and her husband and their 4 kids. So I stopped there to talk to them, and what I found out, the PD was already there and Fire had been there already. They had given them money to help them out to get some food, and PD had went to buying some pizzas and stuff like that. So they have a program that helps these individuals. And what had happened, apparently, I think they got in a motor vehicle accident in Globe, and their car was totaled. So the father spent a couple of days in the hospital, and he was released that day. And so that's when they were looking for a place to get back to New Mexico, apparently. I want to thank PD for helping them out, Fire for giving some extra money. I know I called Melissa Buzan with Community Action also, and they were already on the ball. They already purchased 3 nights, I think, with funding they had for lodging at the Bel Air Motel. So they did have while the dad was in the hospital. So that was great. But I think between PD, Fire, and the county, they were able to purchase $500 worth of Greyhound tickets to get them back to New Mexico, and they were very appreciative because they didn't have no money and they had no way to get back to New Mexico. So thank you guys for helping this family out. And a shout out to La Luz de Dia also, because I went there to get them some breakfast burros, and she didn't charge anything for them. She just said, no, just take them, and helping the family out. So it was great. And then last, I had a conversation with Elizabeth Burnell. I don't know if you guys know who she is. She's with the RCAC program, and I didn't know that our grant was expiring already. It's already been 3 years, I think, or 2 years. And they've been a big part of economic development, what we've been doing. But she has some good news for us, so I'm going to read it, and then we'll need to meet or bring them in the future also. She said, it says, hello, Mayor Gameros. Hello, I'm writing you to express our sincere appreciation for the dynamic partnership that we have created with your team. Our group works with over 30 communities across the Western region and have been exceptionally impressed by the work of your Economic Development Department led by Linda Arenero. As we come to the close on the initial HUD contract, I'd like to point out some of the instrumental work that has been accomplished since the beginning of our relationship. At the core of the successes has been the downtown revitalization efforts by your economic development team. The co-working space under construction in the Michelson building, combined with the Cahoots and partnership, will be a great launch pad and support system for the downtown beautification, walking maps, and events that are underway. Work is in the process on the recreation plan and trail system. When completed, will further enhance the amenities in the area and increase potential economic development. Furthermore, housing challenges vary significantly in rural communities, and your team was effective in raising funds and procuring an experienced consultant to identify challenges, opportunities, and strategies to address adequate housing to the city of Globe and neighboring Miami. The city, with the assistance of your economic development staff, is also working with several developers to construct new homes, thereby reducing out migration of workers, young people, and families. Additionally, through partnerships and development of the corporation will assist the group with moving forward and fostering economic growth and opportunities for the business in the area. Mayor, your economic development team reached their goals so effectively that RCAC is currently in the process of requesting a one-year extension to continue to build the capacity of your economic development director and team. We'd like to continue the partnership, and we would welcome the opportunity to present the outcomes and next steps to the City Council. I would also like to suggest that due to the activities, we will be proposing that a couple of your elected officials participate and provide some input as we go through the next year. We are hoping to be able to present at one of your November or December City Council meetings. Please let me know if this is possible. We are excited to continue our partnership with the City of Globe. And that's from Elizabeth and RCAC program. So it's good to hear at least. I know we're coming to an end with it, but they're looking at extending us for a year. And so that was exciting about that. Paul, that's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just a couple quick things. So we did have our October WIFA loan meeting, and our $2 million request was approved by the board. They'll get the paperwork done, the documents, and they'll come back to council, and we'll finalize that. But that was good, and shout out to Councilman Shipley, who's on that board, and it's always good to have that extra support. Also, on the November 11th, we're looking at the Veterans event coming up. It still needs to go through a special event, but it's an outdoor event, and it's always very special. We'll talk about social distancing and things like that, but I think they can definitely make the accommodations so they can have that on November 11th at 11 o'clock, as we do traditionally for Veterans Day in the park. Halloween, I wanted to read a message that I'd gotten from Molly, a little bit more detail about downtown, and because the city is not partnering or sponsoring any downtown Halloween events, they are not either. But this is what she had sent to us. Reminder: there will be no in-person festival in downtown Globe on Halloween night. It is all virtual this year, which means more days of play. Wear your costume with your required face mask over to your favorite business place or office this week and grab a selfie with bonus points for the town costume contest. Make sure your social media tag the businesses and have fun while being safe. Can shop local, support the businesses without mass gatherings. All in it together for the long run. Let's have a safe and fun holiday week. And she also included some tips for safe Halloween. I think everybody's kind of doing that traditional go through your neighborhood, but you just need to be safe. And there's a lot online about how to have a safe, COVID-free Halloween. And the last thing, we had a slideshow in order to eliminate as many presentations as possible. We actually had a presentation running while we were talking, and this is pictures of the rebuild of the sewer plant that Public Works did. They've been working on it a couple of years. It's a beautiful, could be a skate park, but it's not. Or
you feel it.
But I will tell you that by what they call putting together the city staff, building the project together, not subbing it out, probably saved nearly $2 million on this project. It took a little time and a lot of labor by our staff and support by EUSI and some others, but it turned out really good. I think hopefully Vince is back there smiling ear to ear because he's had this picture up there a number of times, and but we're real proud of what Public Works did to both. It's a quality sewer plant. It's got another 50 years worth of life, and Vince and all the crew out there did a great job of revamping that. So shout out to Public Works. And Mr. Mayor, members of council, that's all I got for you.
Thank you. Charlene, you had one more?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I forgot that the Downtown Association met last week, and they have decided to cancel the light parade. So there is not going to be a light parade this year. They just don't know how they can do it with the current regulations and the, less than 10, or between 10 and 50, and who's going to police all that. So they've decided to not go forward.
What a shame. Yep. Okay. Well, next we'll go to the first community call to the public. And again, this is a time that anybody can call in or on email or phone and speak to the council, make their comments. We cannot respond. You have 3 minutes for your comment. This is also a time if you want to speak to an item, you can also submit your name so we can call you when that item comes up. And in that case, we can respond to you. Do we have any?
We do, Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I have an email from Tracy Quick, and she greets the Mayor and Council, Mr. Jepson. I'm writing on behalf of the Huddle and the Drift Inn today in support of an issue that has been brought to your attention in the past by Lisa Brazil of Farley's. On or before January 31st, 2020, all three of our businesses paid what amounts to the largest possible business licensing fee for the local, very small businesses. On March 26th, all three of our businesses and more that should also be looking for this consideration were ordered to close. This closure lasted for what amounted to months for Farley's and the Drift Inn, and because of the type of license that I have and the inability to provide food in order to reopen, the Huddle has remained 100% closed since March 26th with no reasonable opening date in sight. What we are asking of the city is assurances that fees paid for this year will at a minimum be prorated to reflect a smaller fee for 2021. Or better yet, since businesses are operating at limited capacity and funds are in short supply, that there will be no fee required for 2021 at all. The end of January is right around the corner. The health department licensing fee is coming due in late December. Property taxes are due as well. Mind you, both business and personal. All of these are daunting costs adding up to disaster for us under this pandemic. I'm sorry to say that the city has offered most of the merchants I've spoken to very little in the way of positive encouragement. I haven't had the leadership, aside from the council members, contact me once since closing my business. No offers of even moral support, let alone offers of doing what is possible to ease the burden of hanging on until we can move beyond this COVID-19 rules of engagement. I'm hopeful that within the next year, this will be mostly a really, really bad dream. Until then, it is a really, really good dream, imagining the city looking for ways to help us hold on. Starting with removing the pressure of the coming licensing fee, or refunding parts of the fee for those who prefer that action, would be a step in the positive support direction. We are all together in this. Best regards, Tracy Quick, The Huddle, Historic Downtown Globe.
Thank you, Shelley. You got any more?
Just check one last time. No, Mayor, that's it.
Thank you, Shelley.
And Mr. Mayor, we'll have that discussion at future agenda items, and then we can pass along at least guarantee of a date when that'll be discussed.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to request from council before we go to public hearing, I'd like to go to item under new business 10A. We have Supervisor Woody Klein here, and we kind of ditched him last meeting and made him sit through the long meeting, weren't able to do his presentation. I would like to, if it's okay with council, move that one up to before our public hearings.
Absolutely.
Okay. So under 10A new business, we have discussion and consideration of an intergovernmental agreement between Gila County and the City of Globe that would bring to the city $2,500 in funds for cleanup efforts at the old Globe Cemetery. And you have Vice Mayor Stapleton and Woody, if you guys want to explain that.
You want to start, Woody?
Sure. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thanks for letting us in here again tonight and go over this with you. Earlier this year, Mike came to me and asked if I'd partner with him on the old cemetery and help do some work on that, clean up and whatnot. And so we jumped in there and did it. That started in February of this year. I was glad to do it. I've got a lot of family members in that cemetery as well, and so it was good. And so we put it out there to the public and got started and had a really good turnout. Mayor, I know you were there, and Charlene, you were there, and some other folks too. But we had a pretty good turnout. And then we went back in March and did it again. After that, it started warming up, and we kind of backed off. There were some of the fire department guys that were there too helping us. It was a big help, and so it was a really good effort to jump in there and work on some of those old sites. As we went through these days working on the cemetery, you know, I had a chance to talk with Mike and everybody about it, and thought how nice it would be to keep this going, knowing that it needs to be in the fall, winter time, you know, when it's a little bit cooler and whatnot. And as we went through those days looking at it, there's some things there, like some of the wrought iron fencing needs painted, and there's some cement work that eventually will need done. There's a lot of headstones that are getting ready to topple over, and so there's a lot of work for those old sites, and some of them are very, very old. And so I came up with an idea. Well, let me back up just a little bit. In the process of doing this, when we put it out there to see, you know, if people wanted to come help us, we actually had some family from around here that had members in that cemetery too as well, that couldn't be here for the cleanup. So they were asking if there's a way they could donate or give some money or something towards the cleanup effort and fixing some of those things that need fixed. And so I kept thinking about that, and I went back to Mike and I said, you know, look, if there's a way the town, the city here, could come up with a line item or something that folks could donate in, you know, for this cemetery, I'd be willing to start it off with $2,500 out of our constituent fund to get this started, and then keep these days going, these cleanup days going through the winter and so forth like that. So we worked on it, and we came up with the idea of, you know, if the city would do an IGA with us, that'll allow me to transfer that money to you guys, and we could get something started there. I don't know how you'd want to do it for private citizens or somebody else that would want to donate. I don't know how you guys would want to do that, but I know that there's people out there that would be interested in participating with that. So I'll take any questions. You guys have any questions on it? But Mike, did I miss anything?
No, I think you're, other than, it actually started about 4 years ago with your dad.
I left that part
He came and
out.
talked to me.
Yeah.
He says, you need to get your ass out there and get that
Yeah.
done.
Well, he didn't only tell you that. He told me
He
that,
told
but a
me
lot more times. So
Big surprise, huh?
so it was some good days. It was a lot of good days.
It was.
And
And we're gonna continue again this year. And for following years too. I know several people that have family members, like you said, Woody, that are in that cemetery, and they're more than willing to contribute to this fund. So I think fantastic. My hat's off to you for starting this.
You're part of this, Mike. And one of the things I want to be clear on too, I had a really good conversation with John Angula. Angul up there. This is no reflection on your public works or anything like this. This is in addition to what all those guys are doing and working on, you know, and I talked to him about some different things that I was looking at as far as painting wrought iron fences, working on cement stuff, on and on and on. And I know your guys are really busy, tapped out, just like the rest of ours, so.
Yeah, perfect.
That is great, Woody. Paul, we have a process in place that this will be a separate line item to the city where they can also donate to it?
We do have a process where we can take donated money, and we've done this before for PD and other sources. But I'll defer to Jeannie to give the details of how we submit that. But we can track that and separate it.
Great.
Excellent.
So thank you, you guys. I really appreciate it, and if there's not any more questions, I guess I'm good.
Anybody have questions?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. No, really, we need to be thanking you, you know, for doing that. I mean, for both of you, for whoever started this, and include your dad. Thank him.
No,
too.
we don't need to include him, Charlene. It's okay.
Whatever. Sometimes it takes the elder boot to get things going.
Well, thank you, and I know Mike's got a big interest in this too, and it's been a good deal. It's really worked out good, Mike, and I
Kathy
appreciate
and
you
her
for it.
husband were there helping. There were a lot of people that came and helped.
I think the one day we had probably somewhere 40, 50 people that were there one of those days, and a good bunch the other day. So anyway, thank you, and we'll get that paperwork together, Mayor, and I can get that money transferred to you guys, and it'll be good.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Klein.
Thank you.
That's very much appreciated.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you, Kathy.
Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion that we approve the grant IGA between Gila County and the City of Globe for $2,500 in funding for the cleanup of the old Globe Cemetary.
Second.
Mr. Mayor,
We have to have a waive of the
Yes, please.
rules because that's a first read on it. It's a new item, new business item.
Waive the
Well, it was on the agenda before, so this would be,
We moved it forward.
yeah, so I think it's been on 2 agendas, I think we're okay.
Okay. Sounds good. So we have a motion and a second for approval of the IJ with the county. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you. Thank you, Woody.
Thanks, guys.
We do have 4 public hearings, so I'm going to close our regular meeting, and I'm going to open up our first public hearing. And the first one is for consideration of a Type 12 liquor license for Bravo Restaurant located at 333 North Broad Street, Globe, Arizona, and possible council approval and request to waive Section 2-4-10A prior discussion rule. Shelley?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The city received the application for the Bravo Restaurant for a Type 12 liquor license. This is a restaurant liquor license. It was posted and for the required 20 days, and the clerk's office received no comment. So it's just a matter of processing now.
Okay.
Okay.
No comment from the public or online? We have no comments right now. So I'm gonna go, oh, sorry, go ahead. Were you gonna say something?
Do you want to do them all and then motion?
No,
Or
I'm
you want a
gonna
motion
close this
second?
one, and then we're gonna have to vote on this. We'll just vote on this one. I'll close the hearing, and we'll call for a motion for approval of the license 12 liquor license.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of type 12 liquor license for Bravo Restaurant. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion passed. So we'll open up public hearing number 2, and this is for consideration of an interim liquor license for Shell Food Mart located at 2055 Highway 60, Miami, Arizona, and possible council approval and request to waive Section 2-4-10A prior discussion rule. Shelley?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The city received a interim liquor license application from,
Mr. Singh,
yes, he's the gentleman that owns the Dave Fast Stop, and he has I think, ventured into
Yes.
business with,
but he's Dave's in Miami, and now he's purchased the Shell station across the street from Dave's Fast Stop, and he's doing the liquor license there.
Dave's Fat. So that's the one at Wendy's?
So it's the Wendy's, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, so it's just a reference, and so what, and I've spoken with him, they're investing a lot of money, they're replacing the tanks, doing upfitting for the building and everything like that, and at some point, we all may get an invite for a groundbreaking or ribbon cutting or some sort, but he's very excited to be investing into the community Globe.
So I have a question. Why is it interim? Why is it an interim license?
He's still using it, so he has to, as he's using it, it's an interim. He
It-
doesn't want
it
to
will-
close and take all the liquor out, so.
Oh, I see.
it will probably come back for
Yeah.
the regular liquor license at a different time.
Is this a Class C or 12 license?
I believe.
It'd be a 12?
No, because that's the restaurant, so.
Yeah, restaurants is 12, so I don't know what that'd be, 6 or 7. It didn't really say, so I don't know.
Yeah.
They're different, they're vendors, they're in their own classifications, such as,
I believe is it a 10?
yeah.
I believe it's a
Okay.
10, yes.
Okay.
But again, Mr. Mayor, this license was posted for 20 days, and the clerk's office has received no public comment, and I have no public comment tonight.
Okay, and no comments from the audience? Okay, so we'll go ahead and close that public hearing, and I'll request a motion for approval of this
Mr. Mayor,
interim
I
liquor
make a
license.
motion to approve interim liquor license for Shell Food Mart located at 2055 Highway 60, Miami, Arizona, and request to waive the rules.
Second?
We have a motion and a second for approval of the interim liquor license. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion passed. So we'll open public hearing number 3. And this is for resolution number 1821. And do you want to read that resolution,
Yes, sir,
Shelley?
Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Resolution number 1821, a resolution of the Mayor and Council of the City of Globe, Gila County, Arizona, setting rates and charges for water and wastewater, sewer utilities usage, connection, and other related services provided by the city to the city's customers, residents, and other property owners within each service area inside and outside the city limits, and setting the date for the rates and charges to commence. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Yes.
And we turn it over to Jodi then.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the public. So we've gone through our procedures, state laws, posted our notice of intent to do this in the paper and on the website, as we were supposed to. And the water and wastewater rates, they have not been raised since October 1st of 2018. And this was a rate increase that we guaranteed WIFA that we would do to get our 1.2 revenue to debt ratio. And we got approved for that loan, so we probably want to bring this forward. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions for Jodi? Jodi, the PowerPoint you have up there, those are the additional charges monthly then? on
That shows the current
change.
and what would be with the 5%. That's correct.
Other questions, comments?
And this wouldn't go into effect until January 1st, 2021.
So this is just the one of the steps for the public hearing. There's no vote on this. This is just one of the next
Just
steps.
to move forward, yeah, this is the first read of the resolution, and then we move it forward to next meeting for approval.
Okay. Do we need a vote for moving forward on that, or just
No, just close up the public
close the
hearing.
public hearing? Okay.
I think-
Thank you, Jodi.
Mr. Mayor,
We need a
do
motion.
Do
vote.
we need a motion? Okay.
You need a motion
So
for.
moved, so moved to move it forward.
Okay, to move forward, okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move forward the rates and change charges for water and wastewater utility usage. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, a question. Paul, in our discussions, you did say this is just the first hearing and it's just to notify the public.
There-
We will be educating them over the next 3 months.
Yes, we can, once they're passed, we can say they're gonna happen for sure. And Jodi, I think, is it 2 weeks, or how long till we do bring it back for the final vote?
At the next meeting.
Yeah, and then at that point, we'll let them know in the, on the website and in the bill that starting January 1, that they are be taking effect.
I
We-
think it's important that we emphasize it's January because it's already being reported that it was going to happen. like
Right, we did publish the notice of intent to increase on August 12th in the newspaper and on the website. So the notice of intent to do this has been out for that long. This is the first, the public hearing that we're required to hold, and then they'll have the 2 more weeks before it's approved, and once it's approved, we will definitely put that notice on the utility bill when it goes out, so people are expecting it to come up.
Because on the news this morning, they were saying that it was going to happen tonight.
Okay.
Just, we need to
Yeah.
educate them so they know it's.
We actually just need a 30-day time period before it goes into effect. So if it goes into effect January 1st, we definitely have to get it approved before November 30th to have that 30 days. But we normally would bring it back just the following council meeting.
Thank you.
Jodi, I think also we need to emphasize to our public and even our council that we emphasize to our public the importance of maintaining our 1.2% ratio for WIFA loans. You know, the loan, what did you guys get today, 2 million or 3 million?
2 million.
With a, what is it, a 20% forgivable?
Yes.
Okay. So even with this, because we need to do this, we're saving taxpayers' money by not paying paying the loan in the full amount. So that's important. People need to understand that about the ratio we
And
need to
not only
maintain.
for the WIFA loan, but to maintain our infrastructure and improve our infrastructure. Everything's going up, so we do need to be able to do that as well.
Any questions? Thank you, Jodi.
Thank
So
you.
we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion passed. We'll close that hearing and open the fourth hearing. And the fourth hearing is resolution number 1822. Shelley, can you read that resolution, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Resolution number 1822, a resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Globe, Gila County, Arizona, setting rates and charges for sanitation and other related services provided by the city to the city's customers, residents, and other property owners within each service area, inside and outside the city limits, and setting the date for the rates and charges to commence. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Again, Mayor and council members, this one is for the sanitation, the garbage pickup, right-of-way disposal. We've had them for 9 years, picking up our garbage under contract, and they have increased their rates twice and plan to do it again on January 1st. So with this one-time increase that we've done in the last 9 years, that we have not raised our rates for those 9 years, we need to do that now in order to stay on top of that. So same protocol, went through all the same procedures that we did for water and wastewater, and the rate increase of 8% would go into effect January 1, 2021.
Mr. Mayor.
Jesse?
Jodi, and when they increased that 2.9 and that 2%, I think it's important to note that council at that time decided to absorb that and not pass that on to the residents.
That is correct. They did, the first two increases that they did, rate increases, we did not. Council chose not to pass that on to the constituents. So it's been, like I said, 9 years of the same rate.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, their contract has a built-in rate increase, but we have a buffer area, and that is how we do that. We'll absorb the rate depending on the long haul, so we don't have to. We're not tied. If they raise it every year, we won't have to. We're trying to smooth over those bumps so it's not so impactful. And this is not just for RAD. This is also for Copper State, who we also use. And we're not calling out trash and recycling because right now we're not offering recycling, but we still have that option to go back to recycling if it picks back up again. And because we're doing just an extension of the prior contract, and that contract will be coming back to you soon in the very near future for the final approval of that.
Questions, comments? Mike?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request that we get copies of this rate change and the other one, okay?
That'd be good.
So when we get calls, we can tell them, no, it's only this much, not that.
And I can't remember, is this on the website also as part of the, I don't know, let's double check this. I know we have notifications of the public hearing and announcements. I'll check and see if they can actually click on these and see these.
Jodi, when you go to the proposed rate column, is that the total 8%? That's a 8% increase?
Yes.
That is a total, okay. Do they plan on raising it 8% right then, or is it incremental?
No, they have raised it 2.9%, then 2%, and it will be 3% in January. So a total of 7.9% is what their increase will be, all combined.
Okay.
And Jodi, the reason we have recycle up there is for the option if it was to come back, that it came back at a reasonable rate, correct?
On the residential increase, it's shown on there because that's how it was on the original, but because we're not doing recycle, on the actual Exhibit A that you would see attached to the resolution, they've been combined.
Okay.
Residents don't have the option to opt out of recycling anyways, so if they do bring it back, it's all combined into one rate. So on the actual exhibit, you'll see it combined into one total.
Whether, Mr. Mayor, members of council, whether we separate our trash recycling or not, it's still ought to be collected. So that's why we've done away with that combined fee, or that split out fee.
And Mr. Mayor, Paul, while we're talking about recycling and trash, Recyclops is still an option, correct, with recycling?
They were looking for, I can't remember how many people to sign up during that.
150.
It was 150, yeah.
Yeah,
They
and-
couldn't come for less than 150.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't think they got but about 20, 25. So I think we pulled the ad off. I've not heard from them recently. We can see if they want to do it again or not, but probably not until after we get a little past the pandemic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to move this forward?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to move Resolution 1822 forward to the next meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion passed.
Thank you.
So we'll close the public hearing and we'll go back to our regular council agenda. So we have item 7, which is guest presentation, and it's on behalf of the Aftermath Services. Ivan Kaminsky will present a $500 donation to the Globe Police Department for their K-9 program. Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce Ivan Kaminsky with Aftermath. He's all cards on the table. I've known Ivan for about 20, 25 years. He's a retired homicide detective from Chandler. We worked together for years. When he retired, he went to work for Aftermath. He reached out to the agencies in this area and have partnered with us with the things that they provide. And it's just fortunate for us that they have a program. Our K-9 officer, Cody Hudson, had reached out to them looking for some donations for some training equipment, specifically monies towards a bite suit. And Aftermath was, with Ivan's help, was very helpful to Cody's endeavors. And I'll let Ivan kind of tell a little bit more of the story.
Good evening, and thanks for having me. Like Chief Walters said, I was tasked with selecting an Arizona agency that was worthy of our K-9 grant for the state of Arizona. In past years, Tucson PD and Prescott Valley PD have won. When I looked at agencies this year, I looked for 3 things. I looked for an agency that was professional, that was thorough, and cared about people. And having worked with Chief Walters and now some of the other staff at Globe PD, seeing how they interact, knowing Globe PD's reputation when I've seen interactions with other agencies in the Valley, I was very happy that Globe PD put in, and I'm happy to bring the $500 check tonight and to say congratulations to Globe PD.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Do a picture.
We didn't have a mask on, but we were holding our breath, so. Thank you.
Chief, can we get that picture to Linda or Melissa and get that on our website too, or?
Absolutely, Mayor.
You bet, on Facebook page, yeah, you bet.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we go to item 8, special presentation and ceremonial matters. Item A is presentation to council regarding Mesquite Sidewalk project configuration and options. Jerry.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. So Paul's been putting me off on these presentations, so I get both of them tonight.
10 minutes.
Actually, this one is pretty simple. We were asked by council to focus on some of the sidewalk repair this year. And in doing so, we looked at the different sidewalk projects that we had, and we found the Mesquite one had been receiving most of the complaints in the city. We have, this is looking up Mesquite, down Mesquite, but up at the upper end. And this one will tell you just how bad the sidewalks are in that area. And on top of that, on the upper end, there's close to an 18-inch drop-off as well. So we went out to Tally Ho Engineering, and actually Rachel is in the audience. She did the design work on this. And anyway, this is looking down Mesquite towards Broad, at Broad Street, looking up Mesquite. And this area, I wanted to point out that this is where the fire hydrant is and the light pole. One of the options is to get those further away from the driving lane. So let's see. So we looked at 3 different things in this area, and we also included Chief Robinson as well, because we were looking for what they needed for a fire lane through here, and I was told 24 feet. This first slide here is what we have existing with angle parking at the bottom of Mesquite and parallel parking at the top. Even though if you've ever been up there, they never abide by the parallel parking. But yeah, when we angle park at the bottom, we have 18 feet of clearance. And when they angle park at the top, they have 12 feet of clearance. So that's what we're trying to get away from, is getting them to park legally and get the lines back out after we make the curb corrections and so forth. So we also looked at this, and we asked Rachel to look at this. If we extended the parking area, the sidewalk area, straight down to where it was a straight shot rather than jog out towards the end where that angle parking is. And that would also protect that fire hydrant and that light pole as well, and give us a scuffer to collect the storm water going into that drain. What would we have? And if we maintain the angle parking at the end, we would be down to a 12.4 foot lane that the fire department wasn't real happy at all with. And so we looked at the third option, and the third option is parallel parking all the way down. If you look at the numbers off to the side, I think they're red. That's what I was told. I'm a little colorblind. But this is how many parking spots are legally available right now, which is 11. By putting it parallel and maintaining the 24-foot fire lane through there, we would go down to 9 spots. Additionally, what that would do is if council in the future action would like to take this street from a one-way to a two-way, that's possible. I know that at this point what we're looking at is one way, but that's possible later on if there's a need for it, depending on the development and so forth in this area. So we actually called in John Wong and his wife, Deborah, and talked to them along with Councilman Giles and Councilman Lethan. And we talked to them, explained to what we were doing, and then Paul and I had another meeting with them as well. And we explained it to them, and they were real good with it. They liked the, I'll show you the design here, if you can see this. Rachel's design with the tree wells and everything. John and Deborah really liked that. They liked the fact that the wall was going to be better protected because the traffic would be further away from it. And 2 parking spaces is not much to give up for the safety in that area. So I believe that everything was positive there, and we would like to, staff would like to recommend to move forward with this project, extending the sidewalk all the way down and taking it parallel parking all the way. And at this point, just leave it one way down. And then if something comes up, we can always revisit that later. So give you a chance to look at that. In fact, I'll leave it up there. Is there any questions on this? What a perfect time for you to come, Rachel.
Yeah. Mike has a question.
Yeah, Jerry, in talking with one of the gentlemen that's working down there with John and John himself, they had suggested or asked what the possibility would be of putting stop signs for the traffic on Broad.
So I don't like that idea, but we can look into it. I can do a traffic study on it if you would like. But
The reasoning being that they had indicated that.
so you want traffic to move right through on Mesquite?
No,
like-
I think it's a four-way stop.
Yeah, turning it into a 4 instead
I
of a
thought there
2.
was
It's not a four-way right now.
it's two-way
two-way.
now, right, coming off of Mesquite but they're talking on Broad Street that there's a lot of speeding that goes on once they get through the Cedar stop signs here going that way or coming up. And they'd like to get traffic to slow down. Just a suggestion?
We can look at that. We can look at other options as well. We definitely, the lanes will be wider open, so we need to consider the speed. Because instead of a 12-foot lane, now we're looking at a 24-foot lane. And so we definitely need to look at that as well. We can, nothing else, yeah, we can take a look at it, do a traffic impact. The other thing I want to tell you, we tried to get formal quotes on this, and we went out to look at different companies. We only got one response back, and it was so high that we would have to go out to bid. And so we will, I didn't want to do anything else until we brought it to council because I kind of jumped the gun on the other. So I wanted to bring it to council and get your direction on it and move forward with trying to get some more reasonable quotes. Our estimate on this was $45,000. The quote come in at over 80. So we would like to go out and explain the project a little better, maybe to the people who were quoting the project, and see what happens. If we have to, we'll go out to a formal bid on it. But we left. I think a CIP is the number is above the 45. So for sidewalk. So. But this is the most deserving project for sidewalk that we've had. Some of the other ones, I think you noticed out on 60, we did quite a few sidewalk repairs, but those were maintenance type repairs, and we got maybe $4,000 or $5,000 in all those repairs. This is a major undertaking. So this is also where a new business is coming in. And wouldn't it be nice to have that intersection all cleaned up? So,
Jesse?
I don't have a question. I just want to thank you for getting this going and getting it started. As you know, it's been one of my pet projects, sidewalks, and having it walkable for people, so we're not walking in the middle of the streets. So I thank you.
This is the right place to start.
I as well. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Ready?
Jerry, I have, in my place of work, I've contracted a contractor that has really given us an extremely reasonable rate on projects. So if you'd like, I'd like to share their contact information with you, and hopefully they'll bid on this job.
Absolutely. We would like more. We actually hit it right at a bad time, and some of the local contractors did not turn a bid on it. So we would like to go back out with that. But I would love to have that person on my list to send these type of projects out to.
Sure. Right, thanks.
So what I'm looking for here this evening is direction to move forward with this project.
Jerry, I got a question. Maybe I missed it. Are you moving the hydrant or leaving where it's at?
We're leaving it where it's at.
Okay.
So that still makes the sidewalk ADA compliant. The only thing we're moving in this, correct me if I'm wrong, Rachel, is the scuffer, the inlet to the storm sewer. We're moving it out to the edge, and so we can dump that into the existing drain. Excuse me? Right. So, and actually, the bubble on this plan here that Rachel's designed is actually going to protect that fire hydrant, and it also will protect the parking on that end as well. So, it's as I told your partner, it's a great design.
I just have one more comment in support of Mike's request, also making it a four-way stop, you know, with more activity with Bravo on that corner and then 300 North Broad Street opening up and some new businesses. That might be a little more congested there than we think, and, you know, if we could consider a four-way stop, it'd be nice.
One of the items that we have on there is placement of new signage. And everybody thought it was for one way, but it wasn't. It was for this type of stuff. So we're actually getting the item for that. And so if we decide to move forward with that, we could actually do it on this contract.
We just need a head nod to move forward.
Yes, we would like direction to move forward with this.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, just want to make sure it's a very popular project and had a lot of input from the business community. Want to make sure that you were aware and on board. And Mr. Mayor, members of council, just one last question to Jerry. The process for deciding whether it's worthy of a stop sign or not is, you called it a what?
Traffic impact.
Traffic impact study, okay. And so then you can you can do that to determine what the proper you know, the proper setup for that is. About how long does that take to do?
We can probably get on it sometime in November, and probably the end of November we should have it complete.
Okay. Okay, good. And then we can.
We'll need to make arrangements with the counties to get some of their counters and put those out there.
Okay. And then will that account for future traffic once the Bravo's open?
No.
Okay.
And you know, we can always revisit that area if we don't get the numbers that we need at any later point. Because my intention is to put those sleeves in for the signs in the sidewalk, so.
Okay. Jerry, thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Item B, presentation to council regarding feasibility of possible extension of premises utilizing street parking. Jerry.
Say again?
For the record, that last one was 11 minutes.
That last one was what?
11 minutes, probably 13 with the questions.
Yeah.
Tighten it up.
I have twice as many slides, so.
I don't want to hear it.
Okay, so this next presentation is on extended use and parklets. And parklets, the parklets as defined, let me put my glasses on here, is a sidewalk extension that provides more space and amenities for people using the street. Usually parklets installed in parking lanes and use several parking spaces. Parklets typically extend out from the sidewalk at the level of the sidewalk to the width of the adjacent parking space. So basically, it's an extension of the premises out into the parking area. And I'm going to use the term, so I wanted it defined to you. Okay, some examples, which is kind of neat when you start to look into them. The first one, this is the guy with the white legs. That's what Jessica Cruz calls him. Anyway, this is in Vancouver.
She's right.
Yeah, this is in Vancouver. Just kind of a neat parking or parklet. This is in Seattle. Yeah, somebody really creative with a boat parklet. Bet you can't guess where this one's from. Spokane, Washington. So next one, this is Long Beach, California. They have all these written down, so I better keep up with it.
Was that one an extension of the sidewalk?
So this one is a complete closure of the road.
Okay.
Complete closure of the road, and they have parklets on both sides. So the next one,
Shipping container.
this is Montreal, Canada. And this is basically two connexes and that they've made parking out of. Or a dining area out of, rather. I wanted to show you this one, and I don't really have a location on it, but I wanted to show you how they come off the curb with their flooring and maintain the same level. Okay? And this one is Green Bay, Wisconsin. And this one is Winthrop, Massachusetts. And then I said, well, you know, these are all over the country, but where do we go to next? And I wanted to show you some locally in Arizona. And I've also called these cities and talked to their engineers and their development people and got some information on that. And there's a packet in front of you with the Prescott, Flagstaff. I think I included Oxnard, California, and then some design from the National Transportation as well. So, but I wanted to show you some of the regulations and stuff that they jumped through. This one in Prescott is in front of the Jersey Lily Saloon, and a little better view of that is this.
No, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jerry, I don't see any type of protection from traffic other than the wood.
So I'll get into that in just a second.
Okay.
Okay, so I wanted to show you these parklets, and this is the other one in front of Rosa Pizzeria. And what I wanted to show you on both of these is, like Paul said, there's no Jersey barriers other than some upright panels and so forth. This is because Prescott asked the businesses to be responsible for everything, including the additional insurance. They carry close to $2 to $4 million on their parklets, and since then I've called our risk management, and they don't agree with this at all. So they say that the city should be responsible for this, and we should put barriers out there to protect us, because anything adjacent to the traffic is the city's responsibility. So they don't agree with this. So, but I'll get into it later, and I'll show you what other cities have done. This is Flagstaff, and Flagstaff agrees with our risk management. They are responsible for the traffic control. So what I wanted to show you on this side, this is Aspen Avenue. If you know Flagstaff very well, this is the Hopi building off to the left. It has that huge amphitheater there. And then off to the right is where the parklet is now. They have taken up that whole block there in front of the Hopi, not in front, but across the street from the Hopi building. And that is all now parklets.
Where the cars are at?
Yeah, well, it's not next to where the amphitheater is. It's on the opposite side of the road. Okay? So this is it. So this is the water-filled Jersey barriers on the outside. What Flagstaff has also done is made this a one-lane road. They have additionally put a bicycle path in. They have, their city manager actually has the ability to close the road when he deems it to the benefit of the city. So the council had him use that authority to do this work, and therefore the city was responsible. Their risk management stepped in, and they agreed with Ed Bantel, our Southwest Risk, that the city was responsible for this, and they would have to maintain safety. They also, let's see, they've also got the crowd control fencing in there as an additional layer. And I wanted to note the sandbags on them too, because they aren't anchored any other way than you have to sandbag them. Okay.
As far as, is that a permanent setup up in Flagstaff now, or is this just temporary?
This is a temporary. All cities that we've talked to across the country, with the exception of Long Beach, has said that this is temporary, and when the COVID restrictions are lifted, they will they will rethink them, is what they said. Prescott has already said that they will do away with the parklets. And
So this is just a resolution because of the COVID
yeah,
crisis?
so this is extended dining and an area outside of the businesses that don't have enough space. And as I get into the Globe situation, I can actually give you some of the square footage. So, so this is a more finished. Their people or their businesses are actually responsible for delineating the parkets themselves. So the city is only doing the barriers and the crowd control, and then the striping on the outside of the barriers. Oh, and then these barrels too. The beautification committee of Flagstaff has provided these barrels with the flowers in them. Okay. This is the area in front of the Hopi building.
That's a plaza.
The city has actually brought in all kinds of picnic tables to make this an area where people can dine at as well. So this isn't closed off, but it is, as far as the parking areas isn't closed off, but it is additional dining for them. I wanted to talk about this one. This is one of the areas that serves alcohol. If you look real close on that, there are ropes going across the sidewalk. So, you know, one of the theme of both of the Prescott and Flagstaff was, if you don't close the sidewalk, you may not get a liquor license. And so if you're going to serve more than food, you need to think about closing the sidewalk as well. And anyway, let me.
That's a reason for the pedestrian walk on the roadside?
Well, in that area, yes. Okay. Let me move forward just a little bit. Okay, so I'm at this area. This is what we have. So I picked a couple areas to just show the different types of parking. This is the parallel parking in front of the Blooms. Across the street is the Huddle, and it has 2 parking spaces in front of that building. And I wanted to show some different things as well. So this is, again, Rachel helped me out by putting these barriers on there. There's, for the 2 spaces, there's actually a total of 10 barrier sections, and 3 and 4 across the top. So it would take a total of 10 barrier walls. For the parallel, there's actually, I think there's 9 here, 7 across the face, and 1 going the opposite way. This particular one is, each space is 9 by 23, and these are 9 by 22 actually, and with 2 of them. So, and then in front of the drift in, there's 3 parking spaces in front of the drift in, and so that would take 12 barriers. The city currently has 20 barriers that we can utilize. We would have to order more if we want to go this route. But I have a couple other suggestions later on in these slides. So this is just a sketch that I made up by using the barrier walls. This is just a typical three stall, using the barrier walls along the outside, and then using a crowd control fence on the inside and gated areas on the sidewalk. We could actually direct the pedestrian along in between the crowd control and the barrier walls by putting ramps down from the curb to make it ADA accessible, as long as we maintained it 4 feet. This is a especially for some of the areas that serve alcohol, this is a way for them to better qualify for their liquor license. Okay? And costs.
Jerry, just a question on that same picture.
Yep.
So if we provide for the pedestrian walkway, I can see where we're in the parking spot, but can they utilize the sidewalk then for places for eating also?
Yes, absolutely. In the other scenarios, they could not. But this would actually, and I figured this up, this is a total of 740 additional square feet for a 3 parking lot. And that includes taking away the 4-foot sidewalk and the 2-foot barrier walls that are around these parking lots. So there's actually 6 foot that we would have to give away around the parklet. But this is an option, but with the option comes a cost.
Freddie has a question.
Okay?
So, I really kind of like these concepts. Obviously, it's great for the businesses that can do this, but in any of the studies or your discussions, does this have the tendency to increase foot traffic through the downtown areas, which might also have an added plus for the surrounding businesses, because now you have people walking, window shopping, things like that. So
my discussion with both Flagstaff and Prescott, they said that they saw more foot traffic, and a lot of that was due to them having to park further away,
Right.
and walk to these areas. And the people, the businesses that were next to these parklets loved it because they had to walk right by them.
right, that's my point.
And they said that it was a little inconvenient to walk out to the barrier walls and around, but nobody seemed to gripe about that.
Yeah.
The one thing I found out from both, all 3 communities that I talked to, and then also from Ed Bantel from our risk pool, is that no 2 communities are alike. If we're going to make this work, we got to make it work for us. We can't go by Flagstaff or we go by Prescott. Right. The one thing I liked about the Prescott deal is, and if you look through your forms, you'll see that they actually have a letter in there where they've gotten the permission from the business next to them to use their parking area and to increase the size of their parklet. And in some areas, that would be great because that would even be easier to, and maybe even cheaper for us if it was on a corner rather than in the middle of the block, because we could take our barrier walls into the corner like Flagstaff did. But it can be done. I had a great time researching this. So, Paul finally gave me a job I really enjoyed. So, the cost here, I wanted you to know that the barrier walls are about $350 a piece, and that's for a 6-foot section. The crowd control fencing is again about $100 a piece. The ADA ramps, John and I figured would cost us about $200 each to build, just the material. And then the gates would cost an additional $200 a piece. And then if you took all that together, and this is based on just a 3 space parking area, that's what I base these costs on, just to give you an idea. It's about $6,600 in material. And additionally, it would take a 4-man crew about 6 hours. And the reason it takes so long, because we can throw up the barrier walls and the crowd control in a matter of 45 minutes to an hour. You have to fill them full of water. You have to fill, and you can't do that while they're at Public Works. You have to put them in place and then fill them full of water. So we would do that, but it also takes some time to build the ramps as well. They'd have to build those at ADA compliance at a 12-to-1. But for a temporary basis, you could nail something like plywood on them and make them work. So it's absolutely doable. And like I say, I got good question marks at the end too. So it's absolutely doable, and but it's going to cost a little bit of money. It would take us probably a week to 10 days to get additional barrier wall in, so we would have to know ahead of time how many we would need. And, but we have 20 to start with.
Mr. Mayor?
Mike, go ahead, Marty.
No, go ahead.
So when you say temporary, what, could temporary be seasonal,
So,
year?
so
2
it would
years?
depend on what the council wanted to permit. Actually, you know, it would have to be temporary. We would have to be able to wreck it if we needed to. I mean, what if we had a water break underneath these? Or what if we had something go, you know, drastically wrong where we needed to get in there? These have to be removable. You cannot build something that you can't remove. And that's the whole basis of parklets. There's actually companies out there that make these and put them together. They'll come to your town and put them together for people. And, you know, there's all kinds of different options, but it's costly.
Right.
And, but I think that we have enough to make a good start right now with 20 barriers. That's close to 4,000 of the 6,600.
And those are the only types of barriers we can use?
No, you could use concrete barriers, but we don't have the equipment to move them. So you could use those. You would need a flatbed truck. I mean, I'm always willing to buy trucks, but we could.
You need to sell some of those in your yard.
So I'm talking about semis though. So we'd have to have a flatbed lowboy to haul those on, and yeah, it takes a little bit. When ADOT brought them down to the hospital, they brought them down on lowboys, and it takes a loader and a grab hook to unload them. So we have that equipment, but you know, the difference is, Councilman Rios, is that barrier walls weigh about 4,600 pounds. These weigh probably 50 pounds empty,
Right.
and full 1,600 pounds. So, and the disadvantage is, one gets hit, they won't hold water after that. So, you know, if you patch them, you have to fill them full of sand, and then they're a bear to move. So,
I just to follow up, if I could, to Chief Walters, have you had any experience with these kinds of parklets in your experience?
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. To your question, Councilman, is no, we've dealt with Jersey barriers a number of times, but this type of setup, no. So as far as blocking the streets and things like that, there are some considerations that I would like to have some input on if we're going to move forward with this, but this is something new for all of us.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mike, you had a question?
I do have a question.
and to be real clear, my intent was never any of this to block the streets. They were to block the parking only, and possibly the sidewalk.
Right.
So, and the other thing is, if you decided to only furnish the barrier walls, you could have the businesses furnish the crowd control fencing, and that way they could get real creative with it too. So, you know, that's possible as well. So, I mean, it depends on what the council wants to do.
Sure.
But I wanted, you know, it was brought up at a council meeting, and Paul asked me to look into it, and it's possible. It's and it's kind of exciting if you think about it. It just, I hope it's one of those cases where we don't need it for long, but it may, you know, it may hang for a while.
Right.
Mike has a question.
I do have a question, Jerry.
Yeah.
Who's responsible for that cost, the 6,600? Is that a
So-
business owner, or? is
So
it-
right now, our risk management, our Southwest Risk is saying that the city is responsible for anything on the edge of the road anyway. So the barriers, at least, would be on the city. So, and like I say, we have enough probably to do at least like two of these, almost two of these. And, but, you know, it is a shoulder, we'd have to shoulder this expense anyway if there was any type of special events or anything like that. like Ed and I talked about, it's a type of MUTCD, and we have adopted MUTCD, and also the Phoenix barricade codes and within the city, and they both these water-filled barriers conform with those codes, but so does the barrier walls. They're just tougher to move around, and we just don't have the equipment to do that. We'd have to hire it done.
So does this include like the flooring of the area, or?
No, this does not include any of that. If I'm a business owner like you are, and I wanted to do this in the parking area, it would leave it up to you to be very creative to do that. You could bring your flooring up to the curb level. That way your staff wouldn't have any problems with that.
Well, even the roads though, they're
not
leaning
I
right
mean-
towards the sidewalk.
I mean, but you
couldn't
could do
put
this
tables and
with the
chairs.
floor.
I'd have to have a shim this big in order for it to.
No, if you look at the one slide that I had, let me go back a little bit.
Yeah, the Connex building?
No, well, that Connex building
Yeah,
was
that
like
was
that too, though.
paying for that,
Stilts.
though.
I mean, they
But,
had those
Yeah.
on lifts.
There was one, yeah, that had.
See, like that, so go back to the,
There's one there. See that shimmed up off of there?
right,
But look at this one.
right. So the business owner would be responsible for the design of the flooring and everything, the tables and what have you.
So, to be real clear, I don't make the rules. I do what you guys say. So,
Okay,
so
build me some.
I can build anything you can pay for. How about that?
Give you an action item.
Right. You want something to do?
We
said it
can
was
do
fun, remember?
anything the council would like us to do.
Jer-
And I think you saw the presentation at the beginning for the wastewater. You know we can build this.
Right. And then another concern of mine is, I have 2.5 parking spaces is all. And people complain all the time about parking. But I see where we're going with this. You could park like in a city parking lot and then walk, which makes a lot of sense, but most of my customers get ticked off if they can't park right in front of my business.
So this also opens it up to directional signing to those parking lots as well. That could be put right at these parklets.
Yep.
And if you think about it, that's a real good option. What's not been a thought out real well is how you're gonna heat these. And, because you don't want the what do you call them, what do you call the things that burn outside?
Propanes.
Propane heaters. You don't want those propane heaters next to traffic, so you would have to get them somewhere interior. But lighting is another issue. How are you gonna light that? So,
That's all left to the business owner,
That's
correct?
the
about all the lighting that we would have would be on the barrier walls. We would need lighting
Little more
on the
money.
corners.
Jerry, in all fairness too, that we have 20, we'd probably have to increase our stock by 30. That's around $11,000 if we do that, because if you have 5 businesses that request them, that's what it's gonna take, to be able to do that. We can't just offer it to 1 or 2. We should be able to see if we can make it available to multiple businesses that may want it.
I have the ability to order as many as you would like.
Yeah, I know. Shirley?
So I think that we maybe can make a list and have people sign up on the list if they want to do this. We don't have all the equipment right this minute today, but by golly, we'll get it. And first come, first served, they sign up on the list. Secondly, I think all of us in this room need to be cognizant of the fact that we received over $800,000 of federal money through this COVID, and it is to be used for safety. This is safety. I don't care if it costs 11 grand. I don't care if it costs 30 grand. There's businesses that are teetering that might not reopen in this community because they have been closed for so long. We need to do whatever we can to help them. And we are sitting on this money. We are sitting on this CARES money. We need to use it to help our businesses. And really, I don't care if we buy the planking too. I'm okay with that. We can buy the lighting, we can buy the planking, we can buy whatever we need to buy to help these folks.
That's what I was gonna share with you too on that, is businesses are hurting.
They
Where
are.
are they gonna come up with the money?
Well, see
Yeah, I
that,
would love to do that,
but where are you gonna
I
get
can't
10
afford
grand?
that.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of money.
But see, we have that CARES money, and I believe we need to look strongly at that, because I've asked and asked about that, and I was told that it was illegal, I was told that we couldn't do it, I was told all kinds of things. No, we need to find out exactly what is permitted and what isn't, and what is legal and what isn't, and by golly, we need to do something to help these folks. To the best of our ability, and to what's legal.
And you're gonna, and just so you know, you're gonna get to a point, if you do a lot of them, we're not gonna have the staffing to do that, so we would have to hire it out to do it.
But we're not doing it every day.
But,
We're gonna construct it and leave it there, right?
so
Until,
I was only talking about putting up the traffic control. So if you're gonna talk about putting it in the other stuff, we might have to hire people to do that. But
That's right.
But it also, especially the businesses that don't serve alcohol, it's not necessary to run the crowd control fences. You know, you can actually even put tables on the sidewalk as long as you have a 4-foot path through there. And some of those sidewalks are 8 feet wide, so, and one of them's even 10 feet wide, so we went out and measured.
Jesse has,
I just have a comment. I mean, if we only have 20, eventually we're going to have to stockpile those jersey barriers if we continue having special events downtown. If we continue having special events, I'm sure that you're going to need more than 20 jersey barriers. If you have 3 events, one on one side of Broad and one on the other. I mean, that's just what I'm looking at. I mean, because we used to use those yellow block-offs with 2 T angles and a piece of wood in the middle. But I guess now, since we've adopted that, the codes that you just spoke about, you're going to need more eventually.
So we bought the Jersey barriers originally so they could be utilized in an area to block the road. There's a big difference between blocking the road with those than it is barricading an entire lane.
Sure.
And because you can put spaces between if you're just blocking the roads off. But in this case, they would have to be linked. They get their strength in hooking them together.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think like the parking space with like 3 parking spaces, we figured 6 across the front and 3 down each side.
Okay.
So,
Freddie, you got a question?
Yeah, so, just kind of expanding my thought here, this is typically for eateries where you see these parklets, correct?
not always. I mean,
Okay. 'Cause I was just thinking if,
there's some of the areas that have expanded their retail out into these
Okay,
parklets.
all right, that's where I was going
There's
with
some
this.
areas that have expanded their saloons out into this area. There are some that are using them for parks or just public spaces. And, there's a one that I didn't include was a dumpster that they had built a bench on one side for people to sit on and filled the back side of it full of plants and stuff. And it was a parklet, but it was just to sit on as you walk downtown.
so the potential is
Yeah.
all of downtown. I mean, we can't, if, I'm not saying that we're doing this, but, we can't rule out a certain class of business if this happens.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, members, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I don't have any. That wasn't me.
No, I was just going to say, just reminder that we do have some parking shortages downtown too. So every time we set one of these up, it does subtract from that parking, at least on Broad Street, but I don't think it's insurmountable. And it sounds like say, and Linda does have an application in for, I think, an additional 20, a grant application for for additional 20 of the barricades and I think about 300 feet of fencing. And so she's on top of that, trying to get more because we knew this was coming and this request. Just to be clear, if someone wanted to do this, to answer the question, is it feasible? If someone wanted to do this, one of the businesses downtown, we would take the special event, and if it's a liquor establishment, the extension of premise request, and put that together. We would supply the barricades and the fencing and make sure that it works safety-wise, and then they would provide the rest of the material and make that work. But the starting point is a special event permit request. And we can't speak for the liquor department and what it takes. I know Jerry had some input about whether people could pass between there. I don't know the laws on the extension of premises when there's a liquor license in there.
So I don't have any knowledge of that. I'm just repeating what the engineers told me from those two areas, but that some of the people struggled that did not have the connection to the building. I mean, Jesse, you probably know those laws better than I do. But I absolutely think that parking is an issue. The one thing I want to point out that Paul wasn't happy when I pointed it out is once you put these up, you're not going to want to take them down every week.
Yeah.
So you want to leave them till you take them down permanently.
Yeah.
And so it's not like a weekend thing because it'll take us some time to put them up and take them down.
Sure.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, the other thing is what we've learned always in these types of events, we would have to have insurance, but I believe the bar owner would have to make sure that they have insurance also, so that we're partners together in that insurance, and anything that would happen, we would work together to make sure.
That is, Paul, you're exactly right. Ed Bantel told me to tell you that make sure that the businesses insure the city as well because.
You gotta name each other.
Yep, exactly.
So I guess the next step is we take it beyond a presentation and maybe look into taking it to an item.
I think that Linda was planning to put a presentation together on different ways we can help downtown businesses. So I think this is a precursor to that larger presentation on what we can do. I think we're planning to put that together in the next 2 weeks on the different ways we could do this. I wanted to get past the technical difficulties of blocking the street and the safety issues and the costs and things like this, and make sure council is fully informed as to what this would take, and just have this, because and to Councilman Letham's request about these possibilities. But there is we do have planned for a future presentation 2 weeks in a more holistic of the thing. So I think the next step is let's see where we're at with that. But if anybody, like I say, wants to do this, the first thing to do would be get a special event request permitted.
The process is already there.
The process would just be, as we've done with other extensions, we've done extensions in the back and to the side, this would be doing out here, but it's that safety issue. And everybody, because usually when we do this, we close the street. And so this is commingling traveling cars with people and people sitting. So, and I'll tell you, I'd rather be sitting in Globe than sitting there like a sitting duck. So.
And again, the other important factor is if Linda's successful in that grant request, it'll be able to purchase additional Jersey barriers and not cost us.
I think we have no fencing right now, so it would be for all the fencing and double the barriers.
And one more question. Could these be rented, these Jersey barriers, versus just purchasing them? If you had enough buy-in?
Usually not. You can usually rent the concrete barriers because they're more durable. Most of the time you cannot rent the plastic because if you damage them.
And if you rent the concrete barriers, then at that point, does the company bring them and drop them off at this location that you want?
You can get them delivered and put up if you want to pay that, yes.
So I'd be interested to see what that cost comparison is versus purchasing
Probably.
what the rent is. It might be more.
I can run those costs, but it's probably, you're looking at 2 to 3 times.
Okay.
But it's a lot safer piece of equipment too.
So I just have one last comment. I understand we're applying for a grant and et cetera, et cetera. However, I don't think that really matters on this decision right now. I think we have to do whatever we have to do to help our businesses, and we have to recognize that huge amount of federal money that came in under that CARES Act. There is certainly enough to buy these out of that,
So
in my opinion.
totally agree, and then Paul actually took the steps to make sure that you guys had the information so you could make that decision. So I appreciate having the opportunity to present it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Jerry.
Thanks, Jerry.
And just for the record, that was 34 minutes and 5 seconds.
Cut your future presentations off. Yeah.
Take that out of the police budget, please.
We won't
There you
see
go.
you for a while, Jerry. Take a month off.
So next we have consent calendar, and we have matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. Public hearing items are designated with an asterisk. Prior to consideration of the consent agenda, the mayor will ask whether any member of the public wishes to remove a public hearing item for separate consideration. Members of the council and/or staff may remove any item for separate consideration. Item A, consideration of waiver of section 2-4-10 prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. Accounts payable, $474,455.64. Considerations of agreements and purchases less than $25,000. Consideration to ratify the letter of commitment for the fiscal year 2021 EPS Brownfields Assessment Coalition Grant application. Consideration to appoint Ian Dernan to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Consideration to appoint Patricia Daly to the Library Committee. Consideration to approve the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission for approval of paint colors chosen by Tina Andreas for her Typlex located at 434 South Hill Street. Consideration to approve the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission recommendation of approval for Tanner Hunsaker for building modification to his building, Western Repro, located at 461 North Broad Street. Consideration to approve the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission for the installation of window vinyl at the Vamp Salon located at 160 South Pine Street. And consideration to approve the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission recommendation of approval for paint color and design for Adria France, located at 573 and 598 North Broad Street, as presented with a stipulation to make the side of the building a lighter color, paint a mural on the side of the building. Consideration to approve the fiscal year 2019-2020 third and fourth quarter distribution of bed tax funds in the amount of $13,095.21 and fiscal year 2020-2021 first quarter distribution of bed tax funds in the amount of $11,553.67 to the Globe Downtown Association for a total of 3 quarters in the amount of $24,648.88 from account number 10-51-51915, General Fund Community Organizations, Globe Downtown Association. Anybody from the staff, from the public, or council want to remove any of these items?
Don't want to remove anything there, but the accounts payable,
Mhm.
it was incorrect.
Oh, did I say it wrong?
$475,455.64.
Okay.
I think you said 474. You said 474, I believe.
Oh, did I? Okay. I would like to remove item I. And that would be the Adria France recommendation. That's 573 and 598 North Broad Street.
And I'd like to remove item J,
Item J.
the Downtown Association bed tax.
Any other removals of the consent?
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other comments or questions, I motion that we approve the consent agenda as read and remove item I and J for further discussion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion passed. So the reason for my removal of item I, and there were 3 other approvals on there, but I think the recommendation was to approve the total colors of each one, and Chairman of the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee is here, Rachel, and I really thank Rachel for taking the lead on the advisory committee. I mean, it's exciting too, because I've attended their meetings, and they have new members, and they're excited, they're working on a lot of things. But Rachel, you want to talk a little bit about Adria's request and the color, you know, for the alleyway, I guess, and stuff like that, and is she on the line, Adria?
She requested that I call her, so.
Okay, so she'll get on the line also.
So the committee, she brought the design forth, and we approved the taller building of the two pictures. I don't know if you have them.
You guys should have them in your packets, we hope, or on your iPad, they're on there.
Danny has them.
But the shorter building, the committee thought it was too much of a dark color that wrapped around the building. So in response to that, she lightened the tone a little bit of the color, and then proposed to do a mural on the side, something that said, like, "Welcome to Globe." We also have that rendering, right?
Yeah, I think it's
There you
down
go.
lower, Danny. A little bit.
So the color tone is more muted.
And this is the old Jammers building, if
Yeah.
anybody is looking at that, this is the old Jammers.
So if Adria wants to.
Hello, Adria? Hello?
She
And what-
thought that having a mural there would be great for community involvement. People like to take pictures in front of things like that, like "Welcome to Globe." So that was a quick rendering of an example of a mural, just to brighten it up a bit there.
And Rachel, I think during the conversation, because I was at that meeting, I think she said it's not, the color doesn't really do it justice, it's more of a charcoal color, not really a total black color, I guess.
Yeah. The original rendering that the historic committee had was a charcoal color. She has since made it a dusty charcoal. So there's a hint of brown. I don't know if it reads that way in the picture. So that's a minor change to help lighten it up, even from the front, just a bit, and still give her the vision that she was going for. And then adding a mural on the side. She always wanted to do that anyways. So when she heard the committee telling her, like, hey, we need to brighten this up a bit, that was her solution to it. So
No?
Let me try just one more time.
Shelley, do you have a picture of both buildings that they bought together in the frontage? Because that kind of shows
That's
both.
in here.
Is it in there on that one? Okay, I have one. I didn't know if they wanted to put it on the, because they're gonna do basically, the taller building was approved for the color, it's just the shorter building, because they purchased both buildings and are doing, working on both of them.
Actually, I like the black building.
And if you see it next to the other one, that's what I was trying to get that picture of too.
I have a picture I can pass around. my
Adria?
phone.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Adria, you're before council.
Good evening.
Good evening, Adria.
Sorry I got disconnected earlier and I couldn't hear what has already been said about our buildings. I apologize.
Yeah, Adria, Rachel explained your concept, and they're showing the mural, the anticipated mural that will go on that wall, and the lightning of the colors. So, you know, if you want to further discuss that or explain that.
Okay, so that's just an example. That's not, that won't be the mural that we choose, but it's an example to really illustrate the use of that side. And I know when you just look at the solid darker color, it does look dark. And going down that street, I envision it having that use. I think it's a good location. And my thought, and this is not the exact plan yet, but my thought is to have something there that says, you know, historic downtown Globe, a place where people can, you know, take a photo in front of when they're walking downtown. It does, you know, has that little corner. So that's my thought, and that's why we went this route with a solid darker color.
Any questions for Rachel? I mean, Adria, Rachel, either
It
one?
looks great, Adria. What you're presenting is amazing.
Yeah, I have to agree. I love the mural. That's awesome.
And that's kind of I know El Ranchito's the first wall you see, but that's the first really, that's a secondary or the first wall to be before you make that turn. And I think it gives you a view of, I think of all downtown, if I'm not mistaken, Adria, doesn't it? When you see that wall, you're still able to see the downtown area.
Yeah, you turn onto that bridge.
Right, and that whole wall, that corner, that side wall is useful. It's not just a little piece of it when you're driving downtown or walking downtown. So I think that really would bring that building to, give it that liveliness to it. To be honest, I looked back to see really when we started looking at different colors, and it's not as easy as you would think when you start out trying to decide a color. We do have a little bit of personal history to that location, and so I think as a family we wanted to have a little change of color than what it currently has been in the last couple of years. So that's just my thought, and I hope you all can consider that as well.
And we're pulling up a building rendering of a wider view of it.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
So that's the two buildings frontage together then.
Mhm.
That
And
looks
when she was
nice.
choosing
That
the
looks very
colors,
nice.
she wanted to make sure that the buildings surrounding them all tied in well. So we wanted to make sure that bold blue color tied in with the rest of the buildings. And yeah, her choices really, I think, speak to that.
Great. Well, I guess it's up to council, the taller building was a recommendation by the Historic Preservation. The shorter building was a recommendation with some consideration of with the modification of a mural. I mean, that would be the approval if we.
I have a quick question because I can't see what you're looking at on your screen. Is it the blue building with the white trim on top, or is it the blue trim on the very top of the two-story?
Blue trim.
Blue trim.
Okay, Rachel, do you have the white trim?
The previous one we showed had the white trim, so.
Okay.
Adding white kept it more historic. White trim was very popular around the time these buildings were built, around the turn of the century. And so we thought giving it the white trim would give it a more historical aspect, also tying it into the building to the right of it, if you're looking on it, that's already been painted. It's a blue building with big white signage. We thought that the white trim would marry those better, those two buildings together, and give a more cohesive look.
Question.
Yeah.
Mike?
Rachel, the mural you're showing now, that's just a concept.
That's not a final,
Suggested that.
that's just to get the idea to plan in your head, like, of anything related to whatever
Okay.
final.
So Adria will have some input as to what kind of mural that would go on there?
I think the mural is her design. We have no control over any context of a mural, I
Will she
think.
go to the Arts Advisory Commission for?
Hmm?
Will she go to the Arts Advisory Commission for that, as she did the Historic Preservation Committee for her colors?
That's where we're still working through, I think. I think it really involves both, but I think as far as a mural, it's really the concept of the owner.
Yeah, and since
Am
the
I
mural
correct?
doesn't have her logo on it, her company logo, I think there's more leeway for her in terms of design. Sorry if I spoke out of turn.
And Mayor, I have one question for Adria.
Yeah, go ahead.
Adria, with what you've gotten from Historic Preservation and with the talk about the white trim, you're in favor of both of those modifications and the modification of the lighter charcoal?
For the
The
sidewalk?
white trim was something she proposed to the historic committee, and they agreed on that.
And Adria, you're okay with those?
I I can barely hear you, Jesse.
I said, are you okay with those changes and what you presented with the lighter charcoal, the mural on the side, and the white trim?
Yeah, so I basically, I think the white trim gives it more of a historical look, the white top trim. And I think the historical committee agreed with that. So there's a few different variations on that two-story building that they were okay with. Yeah, I have you up now on my screen, that white one that you see now.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just going back to the idea of the mural, I think the building owner is responsible for initiating the mural. We don't have it written hard and fast that it needs to go through the arts, but I think it's council's desire that any mural that is going to be done, that they get a recommendation. It would like to see that happen. And if it's in historical, then there is a requirement to go through historical too. And just so everybody knows, the definition, a mural is a mural unless it advertises the building, and then it comes into a sign. As long as it's not advertising, Fred's, paint supply, then it's art and it beautifies that. So, but I think we want everybody working together.
So we did not, as a council, ever make the decision that any mural has to go to the Arts Commission. We did not do that. The Historical Commission, that's a different story.
That pre-exists that
But we did
anything.
not, and I'm personally not in favor of that, of any mural in this city going to the Arts Commission.
Right.
And we didn't do that.
No, and so right now it's not set in stone either way, and so it's council's pleasure, as I know I've heard two different ways on that. But it would have to go through historical, if it's in historic downtown.
I just want to be clear too, is that this is a, concept, the mural on that side of the building, to utilize and kind of lean on the downtown historical vibe, and give that building some color. I don't know what the operation is going to be yet in that building, so there's a lot of details that need to be addressed with both of those buildings to get them usable again. And that mural is just one of those things that's on the list. I like the idea though, personally.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Adria, this is Paul. I think we're having more of a process question about the mural. I think what we see on the screen is wonderful, and we're not judging it pro or con. We're just worrying about the process. So don't read into our discussion any judgment on what you're seeing up there as being, what you guys want to do.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no other questions or comments, I'd motion to approve the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission's recommendation for the paint, color, and design for Adria Francis building located at 573 and 598 North Broad Street as presented.
Second.
With the mural.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna ask you.
With the mural, and the white trim.
Okay, so, yeah, okay, because, yeah, the recommendation was not.
Yeah.
Was not the.
Yeah, so with the mural and the white
With the
trim.
mural, okay. So we have a motion and a second for approval with the recommendation of Historic Preservation Advisory Committee, but we have also approved a mural, some type of mural in the future to be put on that alleyway wall, is what it is.
Correct.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Adria.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
So we'll go back to item J. Charlene?
Yeah, my question about this is, it says that it's from the account, and then it says general fund community organizations. I'm not seeing bed tax organizations in there, and in previous releasing of the funds, I guess you would say, that it has said that. Why is this described differently?
Let me see if Jeannie is listening. I know she's been monitoring the meeting.
She has,
Oh, yeah, why is the account name different this year for bed tax funds? That was me doing voice to text. Let's see. And we can call her if we need to. But I see the little bubbling that says she's.
You know, I know, I'm here. Did the line item get changed during the budget process?
That's what I'm thinking.
The name?
She said she copied that from the last report she did, so that was the one they did before. I can pull up the budget, which I just happen to have right here, and see if I can figure out. See, 51915. Let's see. 51.
All the other language says bed tax.
It does, and that's what's concerning. It is bed tax money, and that's how it should be identified.
In the budget that I'm looking at, it says that line number is Globe Downtown Association, which it says right there. But so it's the where it says general fund, that is the type of money. Community organizations, that is the subcategory, and then Globe Downtown Association, that is the number that's tied to 51915. So I believe that the 10 references general fund, the 51 references community organizations, and the 51915 references downtown association. I think she's putting more information than she has before. And she says, the account number did not change. The community organization name has always been there. But you're saying, I'm sorry, Councilman Giles.
Well, it doesn't reference it doesn't reference at all that the money is going to a bed tax organization, which I would like to see. We collect that money to be evenly or however they distribute it. It's not quite even, but the bed tax organizations have decided what it is going to be, what the division is. So I would like to see it stating that it's going to a it's bed tax money that's going to a bed tax organization.
Does the Mr. Mayor, does the bed tax money now just go straight into the general fund? Is it not line itemed out?
It all goes in general fund, and then we allocate it. The collections goes in. What we bring in, what we collect, mirrors what we pay out.
Sure.
And so if you look at the agenda language, and this is over 2 different budget cycles that we're doing. Distribution of bed tax funds in the amount of $13,000 from 2021 first quarter distribution of bed tax. So it says clearly these are distributions of bed tax funds to the Globe Downtown Association, and then we have a technical reference so historically we can look at and track it in Excel. And so you would like to see what additional language?
That the general fund community organizations, that it says bed tax organizations.
Was that?
Well, Globe Downtown Association is a bed tax organization. I mean, we can say Globe Downtown
I
Association.
understand that. I just don't want to see in the future it get changed. I don't want to see something different than what the original bed tax is.
Right, no, I mean.
So this is just a technicality,
Yes.
you know.
No, I mean, the distribution that was part of the budget. It was adopted, but was part of the budget packet as to how and the percentage is in here. Right now, looking at the budget, it says Chamber of Commerce 22.5%. Southern, the EDC is 22.5%, Globe 20%. And so the percentages are passed in the legal document that we adopted. And so it would be a violation of law, of code of the budget of what council passed for us to vary and distribute this any differently than what council has approved. Now, the grand total amounts, you know, depending, we pass through, everything that we collect, we pass through, so we don't know exactly how much, but
Sure.
whatever we get, we pass. But the percentages are decided by council, locked in there, and
And they have been for years the same. I'm not questioning that.
so,
I'm not questioning that. I'm just questioning that it does not say, it is not identified as a bed tax organization. And I just would like for in the future, unless a
So-
future council
so-
decides to change,
On
You know.
budget breakdown, if you look at the 10, the 5-1 probably identifies or should identify that it's a bed tax, and the 51915 should identify the Globe downtown. That's the way the budget has always been set up through the city. You have numbers that identify where it goes to in the 5-1. The 10 is standard for everybody. 5-1, 5-6 is police, if I remember. We were 5-7 fire, 5-1 should be Globe downtown, and then those other numbers identify them. I mean, whether it says downtown association or not, I
so,
don't think it's
so
being.
5-1 means bed tax, or I
It
mean,
should
I'm
be-
sorry,
that-
means
those are-
downtown.
5-1 breaks it down into what section it goes to.
community organizations.
Exactly.
And then 51915 breaks it down into the Globe Downtown Association at 20%.
So the account number identifies where it's, what budget item it's in and who it's designated to, specifically.
Yeah, just because it doesn't state bed tax, it doesn't mean it's not coming out of that account.
Right.
Right.
So if this.
So it's
coun-
just a language
If
modification.
this council then decided at a later time to give money to the Globe Downtown Association for whatever reason, you would then see these same numbers. You would still see 10, 51, 51915. So then how would you then break it down to say this was the bed tax money versus this was a one-time allocation from council? I think if I'm understanding Councilwoman Giles, that's what she's trying to say, is that this says it's coming out of general fund versus a fund that is bed tax. So the general fund is taking that bed tax money, but it's not broken down, and maybe it might be inside of general fund itself saying this is the general fund money and this is where all the money comes from, and this is the bed tax money. So then that money then is funneled into general fund rather than that line item going straight to wherever it needs to go
You know, if
to.
I may recommend, I think this is a financial question.
Yeah.
And we need to get Jeannie to follow this up and get us, we're all assuming a lot of numbers and whatever's going on. I think we're just going down the wrong road. Let's get Jeannie to answer some questions for us on how it's broken down.
So do you want a presentation
No,
on?
we don't want a presentation. I don't want a presentation.
An
I want-
explanation.
I just want, just show us.
So-
They can talk to us individually and tell us how it's broken down. I don't think we need to get into a discussion of breaking it way down, yeah.
Okay, so the direction of council is have Jeannie contact each member of council and answer their questions.
Jeannie or you, just explain how it's broke down. We don't care. Just tell
Okay.
us, so we have an explanation, that's all.
Okay,
We don't need a presentation.
okay.
That's my opinion. I
Okay,
mean, this
and-
is a council. We make
So-
the decision, not
Okay.
one person. All of us do.
All right, so we'll do a recap of how we do the numbering on the budget, and but the fear is that, I'm unclear. The fear is that we're commingling money with general fund?
No, I just don't understand how it's going through.
Okay, so how the money comes in and how it goes out?
How you track it.
Okay,
How do you designate where it goes?
yeah, because okay, and I,
Kind of an organizational chart showing.
okay, and then just distribute that to
Yeah.
council.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other comments or questions, I motion that we approve item J as presented.
Second.
Motion is second to approval of item J. Any further discussion?
Jeannie says will do.
Okay,
Did you hear me?
thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion passed. We've completed new business 10A, so we'll go to 11, action items. We'll go to item A, consideration to approve the Walmart Local Community Grant Award in the amount of $2,500 to be utilized to fund community service projects. Chief Walters.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I have a number of officers at the police department that have been doing a lot of outreach within the community over the last couple of years. One in particular, Officer Jesus Verdugo, partnered with the Walmart Corporation, the local Walmart here in Globe last year, and received a grant for our bike rodeo that we held last year. That partnership grew this year. He was able to expand that, and he was successfully received a grant of $2,500 to be utilized for community service projects. Specifically, what the officers are looking at are to identify needy families around Thanksgiving to help them out, and then around Christmas to help them out, and then whenever we get out of this pandemic cycle, potentially, hopefully have another bike rodeo this next spring, if not sooner, for the kids in the community. Any questions?
Questions for Chief?
Thank him. Thank Officer Verdugo.
Mr. Mayor, I'd make a recommendation, we approve the Walmart Local Community Grant Award in the amount of $2,500 for community services project.
Second.
Second?
We have a motion and a second for approval of the community grant in the amount of $2,500. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chief. Item B, discussion and possible council direction regarding the city's intention to reinstate monthly water, sewer, garbage disconnects for non-payment beginning in January of 2021. Jodi.
Good evening again. So in April, it was announced here at a council meeting that we were going to participate in the no turn-off policy and stop our delinquent turn-off process that we were doing monthly. There's a lot of information here on the staff report and a couple of attachments that I put in the packets for you all to see, but what staff is asking for is to go back to start the delinquent shutoffs in January, not before the holidays, but after the first of the year. If you look at the attachments that were inserted in your packet, you'll see the dollar amounts that we are looking at in delinquent past due balances right now, and going forward, if we don't take some kind of action to collect this money, it's going to be rough. So I'll take any questions you all have about the information that was given.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So are you gonna try to make like a payment schedule for these folks? I mean, how is it?
Yes, and in the attachments also, there was a sample letter that I did put together to show, starting in November, this letter would go out, and it's a final reminder that and I've been sending them out I've not been in the office, staff has been sending them out for the last 3 months, letting them know that we have a payment plan, we have a payment extension agreement, they can come to the office, set that up, get on a payment plan, and we'll definitely work. We understand that, people are having hardships and with everything that's going on. So we definitely want to work with them. We've had less than 10 people do that.
Wow.
350 or so letters go out every month, and we've had less than 10 people come in and sign an agreement. So it's not that we haven't put the opportunity out there. We're just not getting any response with it. So, and it's again on this other letter that will go out again in November, and then, so.
Jodi, the unpaid balances, from what I read from the report, is around 48,000, in the 48,000 range right now of a delinquent payment to the city?
That will be this coming month. That's the total. So that, yeah, this coming November or next month when I run this report, what you see in that total column will move over to past due if we don't receive some payments.
So in a normal, without COVID, how much is, without COVID, you're saying how many people right now are delinquent?
96.
Or with COVID, or right now?
With COVID, on this attachment that's in there, there's 96 people.
96 in a normal period. If we didn't have COVID, how much do we usually have?
We turn off 30 to 35 a month, so
30
it's
to
3
35,
times
okay.
as much
So
right
we
now.
tripled it and we only had 10 responses justifying why they don't want their water shut, or set up a payment plan, basically.
Correct. Some of these people have not made a payment since February.
Mr. Mayor, oh, go ahead.
So it's possible that some of them aren't even here.
That's correct.
There's a
And that-
percentage there. Okay, and then not long ago, you gave us a report, we did a report on how much we wrote off for the year. And that was what, $5,000 or something?
5,600.
Yeah,
change.
and we're talking
48,000?
That was for a full year. When I do write-offs for the budget cycle, that's for a full year.
Yeah.
So we did that, I usually do it beginning of the year for the previous fiscal year, and this past one was 5,600.
Which was actually good, because we've seen $12,000 write-offs to $14,000 write-offs with people that don't pay. Yeah.
Staff has been really good at getting those collections in, so we're working on that, but this is looking not so good, so.
I have another question.
Go ahead, Mike.
I know it's probably a lot of extra work for you guys, but like the let's see, where is it? The 12 that are over, or even the 66 that are over, do you guys attempt to call them on the phone and make contact with them and see if there's something we can do for them, or?
We have not made additional attempts other than the letters that have gone out for the last 3 months. We have not made phone calls.
Okay, all right, just curious.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, you know, we looked at this as was getting large. It's a, you know, it's tough times. Some people are struggling. You know, we know that when we go out there and start doing turnoffs, these people will reach out to us and set up a payment plan, make a partial payment, maybe pay the whole thing. We don't require the whole, Jodi, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't require the whole amount to turn it back on, but they need to make a, what would be the terms if they want to get it turned back on once we turn off in January?
Once they're turned off, normal protocol is your past due balance, a reconnect fee, and any deposit that may be required. So we may already be holding a deposit on their account, and in that case, the deposit would probably be like an additional dollar amount. If you don't have any deposit at all, then it would be the original full deposit amount. So that makes it tougher to get your water back on once it's turned off. So I posed that question on my staff report. If you looked at the bottom of the staff report, I did pose a question to council. If we go back to this in January, do we go back with our normal protocol? And that's how we handle it. Or if someone comes in after they get their water turned off, do we give them any kind of breaks? Do we not do this? Because that's what they're going to want, and I'm going to have direction from council. That will be the question when they come in to do that. Do I have to pay all of that? I mean, we get it now, but we're going to get 3 times as much of it now, or coming up, so.
Yes, sir.
Jodi, in reading this, the balance is what the balance due, and then plus the past due will roll over into that balance?
So the 2 columns, the past due balance is what we would have to collect now to get, if they were shut off, to get their water turned back on. But next month when I run this, that total balance is gonna scoot over into the past due balance, and they're gonna have another bill on top of that. So the total balance is including the current bill that's not yet past due.
And currently we're sending out, if I see a bill here for almost $5,000. So we're sending out the meter readers if a bill such as that comes across that's higher than normal for a possible leak currently, correct?
So what you're seeing in the past due column may not be one bill. That may be the person that hasn't paid since February.
Okay.
That's a cumulative
Okay.
amount since the last payment that they've made. So those people that have not paid for several months, that's what they owe.
And in those follow-up, Mayor, in those letters that you're sending out for the past 3 months and stating come down to City Hall to fill out a form if you're under hardship, are we sending that form into them and that they could mail back possibly? Maybe you might get a turnout that way versus...
Or not, but if they did have, if they called in and said, I can't get down there, then we would definitely help them out or make an arrangement or do something over the phone, we could email, we can fax, you know, we can get it to them one way or another if they can't get to us.
And is there, could you add that then into that letter? If you cannot get down,
I
please
could.
give us a call.
I could.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, one of our strategies is going to be to do door hangers on these houses 3 to 5 days before we go to turn them off, and tell them that if you got 5 days or 3 days to get down and get current, or at least come set up a plan before all these additional fees kick in and the things. So we think that the door hangers, we're going to get a crew out early and go, the ones we plan on shutting them off, give them that time, and I think that's going to motivate a lot of people. When they see a door hanger, somebody came there and I'm 5 days away from getting my water shut off, they're going to go, okay, we gotta do something about that. And then also when we're going to chump this up into amounts of people to go out, we'll go out with a bunch of people early, get them shut off early in the morning as soon as we can, give them time to get down, get set up with us, and so we can go back and hopefully get them back on, turned on before the night. But it is, a lot of people, like I say, until you get to the point where you don't have running water, that sometimes motivates people more. So we're trying to ramp this up so we're not, so we can get these people in. But by having this firm date set by council that you're setting now with leeway for 2 months and past the holidays, so people know, I think that's very fair. I don't think we want to do it now, and it matches what other utilities are doing. A lot of other utilities aren't doing the cutoffs until January 2. So I think the City Globe's been more than accommodating, and I think we just got to ease these people back in. And once they realize that it's time to pay, I have faith in human nature that they'll say, okay, we're gonna figure this out. That's our hope.
I just have two answers. Councilman Pastor, you kind of asked or said, we don't even know if people are still there. This is one way that we normally find out when people ditch us and don't pay their bill, because when we do a delinquent shut off on a monthly basis, if nobody ever comes in to turn that water back on, we can final bill them and stop billing. But since we haven't turned water off for 6 or 7 months, there could be people that moved out and didn't notify us, and their bill is growing, and there's not even anybody there, and we're not going to know that until we do these turnoffs. So that was to answer part of that question. Yeah, so that was another thing.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Freddie, go ahead.
So that said, Jodi, is it possible theoretically that somebody skipped 4 months ago, didn't let you know, water stays on, somebody new comes in, recognizes the water's on, so they don't bother signing up for service, and now the person that moved out is going to be responsible for all of that because they're the last person of record?
Definitely.
Okay.
Because
So
the bill
this
goes
is
with
this
the
is a big.
person. Yeah, the
It's
bill
a
goes
this
with
is
the
an animal.
person,
I'm
not
telling you.
the address, so.
I'm going through it myself. So
I think my concern is that, I think, in my opinion, I think we always want to listen to the hardships and these people that can't pay these bills, but there's also people that are taking advantage of the system out there. I think we have people that have jobs and are working a well-paying job that don't pay their water bills, and we see that every year when we write off these bills. But my other concern is the resources, when we're going to go hang door hangers, how much manpower do you have? How much does that take? And then you're going to go back out 3 days later or 5 days later to shut their water off. How long is that going to take? And so it's taking up our resources also going after these people.
Yeah, I kind of broke that down in that staff report as well. Right now, we do 30 to 35 shut-offs, 1 tech in 1 day. So if you triple that, you're either going to use 3 techs to do it in 1 day or 1 to do it in 3 days. So it's going to triple what we do right now. And then you'll have to do the same for the door hangers. So it's going to actually 6 times as long.
Mr. Mayor.
Freddie, go ahead.
Mayor, to your point, my company, we do make phone calls to remind people of their ongoing bill. And a common answer or request or question is, are you disconnecting yet? And we say, no, not yet. Okay, well then my check's in the mail.
Yeah.
You know, so to your point, Mayor, there are probably more than you think, individuals that are working the system.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, if you wanted to set a threshold of people who are maybe more than 3 months in, or some kind of staggered where we start early with the people who have a greater debt, we could phase this in, if you'd like, so we don't get too far out of whack on that. I don't know right off the bat where that threshold would be, but if you're 3, 4, 6 months out already, then we don't wait. I don't know where council's opinion is on that.
Well, I think, if I may.
Go ahead.
You know, my opinion is that I think this council really strongly consider moving forward with this request or this thought process. You know, with the offer to help those that are in need of help in payment extensions, payment plans, to help them get caught up. I think that's the way to go. You know, basically, we got to stop the bleeding, because what's happening here in reality is all the rest of our customers that are paying their bills, they're actually paying for this loss right here, because the cost of treating water, the cost of pumping water, all those costs are still incurred by the city. And so who's paying the cost? Everybody that's paying the rates right now. That's who's paying the cost. So there's got to be a point in time where I believe we really need to get back to some kind of normalcy when it comes to providing service and recovering the revenues from those services.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, members of council, I know when we do start doing this, it will generate phone calls to possibly to you, to council members, and that's why we want to be, and hopefully, you know, the word will get out from this presentation that, you know, it's it's coming to a close, that period. And if we get direction tonight, we can say it will. We have a hard date.
So, but we haven't really determined whether we're going to require them to pay all the back, plus what's current, plus some fees. I don't see how some folks are gonna be able to do that. So,
Right.
how do we do, what is your company doing?
Yeah,
What are they requiring?
We do have, well, ours is we have a standard that's been throughout all disconnects, regardless of COVID. And at the local level, our managers have the authority to extend payments to 6 months. You know, break it out into 6 months. So it's a 6-month breakout plus your regular monthly bill moving forward. In extenuating circumstances, we can get approvals to go more than that.
See, I like that. I think that's fair to folks. And then leave it up to Jodi's discretion. If it doesn't need to come to council, you guys can make the determination whether it's 6 months
that would
or
definitely
more
be
than that.
that would be but I would keep it, my opinion would be, or recommendation is keep it at a fair rate, I mean, a fair number. In other words, it's, 10 months for you and only 6 months for you. I mean, we have to be able to offer the same amount. But again, in my company, it's a 6-month standard, up to. We can go 2 months, 3 months. You kind of like work with the customer and see what they can do. But in extenuating circumstances, then we go for a higher level of approval to expand that to maybe 8 months, 9 months, 10 months. But I would recommend that we let our staff make those decisions.
Yeah, I agree.
Jerry?
Mr. Mayor, two things that concern me, and I think the door hanger addresses both of them, is, as you said, that the people who have moved 4 or 5 months ago, they're still paying the bill. It keeps coming up and up and up. Even if there's a leak there, the bill's going to go sky high. Yep. And then also the people who moved in right after these people and are getting free water. If we don't get out there right away, hang these door hangers, this is going to be crazy come January. And, you know, I know that we want to be great about getting through the holidays, but maybe we ought to start hanging some of these door hangers for accounts that are more than 3-4 months out, and try to correct these. Otherwise, it's going to be unmanageable, you know, and give these, I mean, if somebody puts a door hanger on my door, I'm going to call and find out, you know, are you really going to cut my water off? And if the answer is you need to come and down to City Hall and sign up, or you need to come down and at least do a payment plan or whatever, we can avoid a lot of these costs. It's the people who going, hey, COVID, I don't have to pay.
Right.
Those are the people that bother me, and you're going to get those come January 1.
We've actually had responses that said, you can't turn me off because of COVID.
So, and we've heard that too. We've heard that too, is you've already stated you're not going to turn us off, so, you know, why should we pay you?
I think you're on the right path. Start doing some pre-notification, put it out in the bills if you can. Maybe even start making some phone calls.
I
Just
think
get
we're gonna
that
have
out
to do the door
and let them know that, you know, January 1 is the date that we're going to start doing. So if you want to start talking to us about how we can work on your account, let's start that conversation.
And Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Rios, I think we're going to have to start doing the door hangers, because if we don't, we're not targeting the people we don't know that aren't there.
Right.
I agree.
That are there, but that we don't know that.
Well, I'm not trying to give direction on exactly what to do. What I'm saying generally is the outreach needs to start in some fashion.
Door hangers or phone calls,
Yeah,
Well, yeah, I think
or
the,
both,
they need to happen.
you know?
Yeah.
It's a little extra work.
I think the door hangers are more intimidating. I mean, it's like somebody came to my house and they're, you know, the next time they come and turn it off. But,
Yeah, but then a lot of them will tell you, I never got it.
yeah, that's,
So believe me,
I know all the stories.
believe me, I don't like the idea of my people being out there hanging the door hangers,
Yeah.
but I think Paul's got a really good point on this. The only way to target those two sets of people, the people who have moved or the people who are living there under somebody else's account, is door hangers, because we don't know who they are and we don't know if they're moved out. So calling them is not going to be a lot of help.
Most of them probably don't have phones anyways.
Well, could be, but
or they've moved
you
on
know,
and they're like, oh.
I would like to see direction to start hanging those door hangers immediately.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think we can accept direction, and we really appreciate the feedback, because this is a touchy issue, and we don't want to be, we don't want to, you know, well, you know, the balance here. So I think we have direction to allow staff to
Start the outreach.
feather in the fines, allow staff to do the door hangers. I think if that's their wishes, we can do that administratively. But I would like the actual vote on the January date. And so the request from council would be to approve the reinstituting of disconnects for non-payment in January 2021.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the January 1st date shut off, and also starting the process of door hangers, notifying delinquent customers. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could add, not to the motion, but we definitely need to consider, if you don't already have, some sort of a plan to work with these customers and their extenuating circumstances to help them out on their payment plans.
Yeah, and I think we have a starting point tonight.
And do we have to put, like you say, I think like your company does, the 6-month where we, with the option to, if we
Yeah,
have.
again, I would recommend that the staff and city manager and his staff work out those details. But generally speaking, as a whole, you know, work with these customers that are willing to work with you.
I have one question before you do the motion or the vote. So is that going to happen only before they get turned off? Or if they get turned off and come in and then want to make an arrangement?
I
What-
think,
Where do we stand?
yeah, no, I think we have to stagger it, so there's got to be an incentive that if they come in willingly, it'll be less painful, or it'll be less, it'll be more conducive to working with them if they wait. And so there'll be two factors. They come in on their own, or do we have to cut them off? And is it a low bill or a high bill? I think somewhere in there is the level of how we deal with those.
Right.
And so I think
There
we
are going to
can,
be a lot of case-by-case
yeah, I think we can
situations.
figure that out, or we can come up with a reasonable.
Mr. Mayor, if you do it afterwards, then you'd have additional cost on there. So I think it's more advantageous to come in before you get cut off, because you wouldn't have the additional cost of
Reconnect fees,
So-
things like that.
So maybe,
we put that on the door.
Yeah.
that's what I was just
You
gonna
know?
say, put it
Yeah,
on
Put it
there
on there.
to prevent additional costs for
It-
shut
it-
off and hookup.
It is in the letter.
Good.
And it
Yeah.
always has been.
Yeah, but it
That's
should be on the
always.
door hangers, because some people have never even opened the letter, trust me.
Yeah.
You know, they just get the mail and say,
Yep.
We're just trying to narrow down the door hanger thing so it fits on a door hanger. But we can, we'll definitely put the verbiage in there so that they know the difference.
You know, you've been doing this a lot of years, Jodi. So,
Don't remind me.
I'm sure. I have total faith in your department and your management system that you're gonna come up with the right niche to get this rolled out, and the lines of communication and working with customers, so. I personally, I don't feel like I need to, as a councilman, give you step-by-step directions. Again, the city has provided water for service for decades. And so, we just need to learn, we just need to work with these customers and.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think we got the sense from council of what you want to achieve and phasing us in and trying to incentivize people to get the highest return but again, without crushing them, that it's not attainable. So we will strike that balance.
Okay. You're okay with that language,
Notify.
that wording? You made the motion, initial motion?
Yep.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you,
Thank you.
Jodi. Next, we have item C, discussion and consideration of Resolution 1820, a resolution of the City of Globe to approve a license agreement in Cable One DBA Sparklight to provide cable services within the City of Globe. Chris, Shelley, can you read Resolution 1820, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Resolution number 1820, a resolution of the Mayor and Council of the City of Globe, Arizona, accepting the application and affidavit from Cable One doing business as Sparklight for a uniform video service license and adopt and award the model uniform video service license agreement to operate within the City of Globe and allowance to utilize city right-of-ways. Is council pleased with the reading?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, we have Mr. Stephen Berdue from Sparklight to answer any questions you have about the agreement.
Mayor and Council, thanks for the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Steve Bordeaux. I'm the general manager for, it is still Cable One. Our corporate identity, we get this question all the time. The corporate identity is Cable One. We are doing business now as Sparklight. I'm the general manager for Eastern Arizona for our company. What we have presented is a request for a new term. For many years, we've operated under what the FCC terms as a cable franchise agreement, which has always raised a lot of questions because it's in conflict with the state of Arizona has a different view of what a franchise is than the FCC. But last year, the cable industry and the League of Cities and Towns and the state legislature got together and created a standardized form now called the Video Service License. That is what we've presented here for our renewal. So that went into effect in January, became available, and the law went into effect in January. And since our license is due for renewal, we have presented it here for your approval. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions, comments?
This is a 10-year renewal, correct?
It is, yes.
And Paul, this was recommended or reviewed by the League of Cities also?
Yeah, the framework was created by League of Cities and I think the state. It was, everybody signed off on this because there was a lot of consultants making a lot of money for doing customized licensing agreements, and we've kind of cut out the middleman, and the bones are the same for every city. So it's been thoroughly reviewed.
There are no other questions or comments, Mayor. I motion to approve the first reading of Resolution 1820 and move it forward to the next available council meeting.
Second.
No, this will be an action.
This,
item.
yeah,
these
we've
are
read
action
this,
items.
so
Okay, then
this
I
will be
motion
final action.
to approve Resolution 1820.
Second.
Motion and second for approval of Resolution 1820. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for sticking around.
Item D, we have consideration of Resolution 1817, a resolution to abandon a portion of city or right-of-way located at the 300 block of 7th Street as requested by James Sullivan. Shelley, can you read Resolution 1817, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Resolution number 1817, a resolution of the Mayor and Council of the City of Globe, County of Gila, State of Arizona, abandoning a portion of right-of-way generally located on the 300 block of South 7th Street. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Mayor and council, this is being brought back to you. This is the Mr. Sullivan's request for abandonment of some unused city right-of-way. Do you have any additional questions that we haven't answered before?
So after tabling this many times.
Are we ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion to approve Resolution number 1817, granting requested city right-of-way located on 300 block of 70th Street to James Sullivan.
Second.
Motion is second for approval of abandonment. Any further discussion? Jesse, these go hand in hand with the next topic also then?
Yes.
Okay,
And I'll start. One comment before you vote on the second one.
okay.
So did we vote on the first one?
We need to.
No, we haven't voted on the first one. I'm just, any more further discussion on the first motion? I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Item E is Resolution 1823, an abandonment located on the 300 block of South 8th Street requested by Dennis Mercer, and request to waive Section 2-4-10 prior discussion rule. Chris?
Again, this is the other half of, well, not the entire other half, but a portion of the other half of the abandonment you just did. This portion is what lines up with Mr. Mercer's property line. Oh, did we read the resolution?
Oh,
No. No, Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, yeah.
Resolution number 1823, a resolution of the Mayor and Council of the City of Globe, County of Gila, State of Arizona, abandoning a portion of right-of-way generally located on the 300 South block of 8th Street. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, again, so this is just the other half of that abandonment for the portion that is bordered by Mr. Mercer.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Mercer, the request was that these go together. And Mr. Mercer did have Bill Clemens as his attorney, looking out over this. And I did communicate this afternoon that they were supportive of this. And there was, so I think all parties are good. The only change is we had a direction to try to worry about the one triangle that was left over, that owned by Mercer, that is in Sullivan's property, and we had talked about some type of an agreement between there, and after further review with the attorney and everything going on, we feel that it was probably better that we step back and we do our part for both of these, and they may figure that out later, but I think that has passed. I think that this action will finalize, everybody be happy.
So with that, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution number 1823, abandoning city right-of-way located on 300 block of South 8th Street to Dennis Mercer and waive section 2-4-10 prior discussion rule.
Second?
We have a motion and a second for approval of Resolution 1823. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I have one comment.
Go ahead.
I'd like to thank Councilman Leatham for all his work on this, along with our city staff. I know this has been a trying time, so
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Item F, consideration and possible approval of amendment number 1 to professional service contract number PS-2020-0013 with Hub Planning and Urban Design LLC to increase the contract amount by an additional $18,000 and to transfer these funds from account 10-55-53000 admin and contingency to account number 10-55-51234 admin contractual services. Paul.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we initially started this contract in February 5th of 2020, and we weren't sure exactly how the amounts were going to go. We initially lined up $12,000, and that carried us through the budget cycle to right about this point where we've utilized all that. And so looking at the future, trying to get us back to the February or to the rest of the year, we have estimated we need to move about 18,000 additional to cover the services of Hub Planning and Urban Design. Just so you know, that is Dana Burkhardt is the primary for that. And so this would extend the contract from the original 12 to the 30 by addition of the 18,000.
I have a question. So what was the dollar amount per hour? Was it $95 an hour? And tell me about the travel expenses.
Yeah, well, I will, on the travel expenses, other than coming up for, I think 2 of the meetings is all he's come up for, with COVID and the advent of Zoom, and there's been very little travel expenses. And I'm hoping that Jeannie is listening, and I can't remember the hourly amount. And so Jeannie, if you're hearing me, if you can text me real quick the hourly amount. I hate to guess. And I should.
Paul, this additional takes us to the end of the fiscal year then? Or anticipated? Is that what?
Yeah, it'll take the full cycle of the year to February, yes. But we're not sure if it's going to go further than that or not. But that'll give us a year track record, and we can schedule it from there.
But this is only adding 3 months. This contract is only adding 3 months.
It'd be, so October, November, December, January, February, 5 months, I think, would be.
It's almost November, December,
So,
January.
February.
And it's February the 4th, so 4 days. So we're talking 3 months and 4 days.
And
$18,000 for 3 months and 4 days?
yeah, that's what we're estimating, but it could change. And we're at $65 an hour, not 95.
Just making sure you have enough money.
Yeah, I'm, I don't know for sure. We put this in at an amount, but things are changing on certain things. So we have a one item that is using up a lot of this, and that's the
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
the Holder project.
I want to say that Dana is worth his weight in gold. So having worked with him and with the projects that we are tackling currently, I think that it's well worth the money to extend this contract and give that money back and look and see where we have to go. I don't think that he may have been utilized as much, and where we thought we couldn't, come up with that number that you came up with prior. I can see now where we have to backfill that, because he is spending a lot of his time and doing a great job. So.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think if I had to do it over again, I would have done 2 separate contracts. Had one for the general, and then one for this specific project, because this is a one-time project versus the general going back and forth. So, but we can pull out the project and get a better handle on the general. So we've kind of blended the two, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that we'll have the right amount. And, but we could, I mean,
The only thing I'd ask for is maybe going forward to see the contracts lined up side by side,
Yes.
kind of like you've done what you just stated.
Yeah.
So seeing how much he actually spent working on this one project versus general. So I guess so council could see.
yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Leatham, this will give us a track record for the general workload. And I think we'll have a year's worth of data to look at. So once the single project is over, we'll have a very good handle on the workload.
And I'd have to make a comment supporting what Jesse said. You know, I've sat on some of these meetings where his expertise is, that's what we need at this point. I mean, I've seen what he does, and I would just recommend if we can, and I know Charlene's worried about the travel, you know, now we have the opportunity for Zoom. If we don't need him here personally, then, you know, it saves us that amount of money for travel. And but if he's needed here personally, then we'd have to pay that. But, you know, we have the opportunity of Zoom now where we don't have to travel.
Right.
So with that, Mayor, I'd make a motion to approve amendment number 1 to professional service contract number PS 2020-0013 with Hub Plumbing and Urban Design LLC Hub to increase the contract amount by an additional $18,000 and transfer these funds from account number 1055-53000 admin contingency to account 1055-51234 admin contractual services.
Second.
Motion and second for approval of a contract extension. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Next, we have item H. Oh, I'm sorry. G. Is it G or H? Which one are we eliminating? There was a duplicate if we
There
got.
is, Mr. Mayor, my apologies. We're going to ask to just eliminate item G and
Go with
H
H.
is the complete
Okay.
staff report. Thank you.
So I'll read item H. So it's consideration and possible award to contract number GS-2020-0032 with Capital Pump and Equipment for the purchase and delivery of the Bonita Flats Booster Pump Skid in the amount not to exceed $35,289.59 to be funded from account number 53-80-52100 2017 WIFA Water Improvement Projects. Jerry.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I take away from this duplication, either the item was so well written that we duplicated it, or Shelley likes me best. One of the two.
Which is it?
So, so this item, this was for the skid, the pump skid for Bonita Flats. We spec'd it out. We had 7 quotes that we went after. This is the lowest one in the amount of $35,289.59. We do not need owner's contingency since it's a purchase, and it'll be installed by either ourselves or others. And so I'm asking for approval on this item.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion passed.
Thank you. I think Shelley does like me best.
Item I, consideration of council to approve the following Arizona Governor's Office of Highway Safety Grant awarded to the Globe Police Department, $8,900 for DUI impaired driver, $7,408 for STEP enforcement overtime, and $14,940 for Arizona Track CS implementation. Materials and supplies for a total award amount of $21,268. Chief Walters.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. This is the ongoing partnership that we have with the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Alberto, the director, has been a great partner and a great asset for the City of Globe and the Globe Police Department specifically. These funds were mentioned at a previous council meeting. They are now funded. We'll be kicking this off this year with a DUI enforcement operation over Halloween and then going throughout the holiday season. We actually met down at AAP today concerning the build-out on the new patrol vehicles. The tracks equipment's already been ordered and it's all set to go in. So this is a huge benefit to the City of Globe and the City of Globe Police Department. And other than the fact that I think Shelley likes me best, I've asked approval moving forward from council.
Chief, there's no match on this governor's.
This is 100% funded.
That's great.
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other questions or comments, I motion to approve the Arizona Governor's Office of Highway Safety Grant Award in the total amount of $21,268 for fiscal year 2021.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of the Governor's Office of Highway Safety Grant. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Dale, real quick, it seems like we have a really good relationship with Arizona Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Why is that?
I've got a long history of working with Alberto, with the city of Chandler. They have been a great partner to law enforcement, and they really respect hard work and dedication and follow through with the things that we get from them. So as we move forward, we'll see an increase in this. He's a phone call away. We were up against it with the tracks information or the tracks equipment this year, and I simply made a phone call to Alberto, and he recognized the need. And so that ongoing partnership is huge for us. We've received tens of thousands of dollars. I don't have the list right in front of me, but every year we get something from them, and then we produce. And so when we make a commitment to them, they reward it by furthering commitments to us. So it's a great program. It's incredibly well managed, and it's a huge benefit to this community. So we hope to have that ongoing partnership for a long time to come.
Thank you, Chief, for bringing that to the community as well as your expertise.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. That just justifies the importance of our relationship and our partnerships, not only in our region, but throughout the state. Those are very important. That money comes back to us and benefits our residents in the community.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chief.
Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion passed. At this point, I'd like to ask for a motion to go into executive session before we address item J.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just for expediency, I think it might be better to go, if we can hold on J, go through and do late agenda, call a public, schedule a meeting, go executive, then come back to J. And just that way, when we do come back to adjourn, we have one item, and then we can get out of here. I'm sorry, we can exit. But I think the covering the late agenda items and the schedule of meetings would be important to do that now.
Okay.
Okay.
I agree with that. Everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
And
Okay, so we'll go to late agenda items. Any items to be brought up?
the, no, Mr. Mayor.
Call to the public. Do we have any call to the public? Scheduling of meetings.
And the, we do have a request for, from myself and working with Dana and Bill for, if possible, an e-session only meeting on Thursday to get a briefing on the Holder, the DJ Casa effort. And I think it's this Thursday in the 5, 6 o'clock. I think we're talking 30 minutes, but I would say take my time, double it. I mean, hour at max. But I think it's important. So I think it's important.
What time?
Okay, I dead stop on an hour.
So we have real time, and then we have Paul Jepson time.
I would tell you that we can do it in 30 with no questions, but you're probably gonna have questions, so I would say we budget an hour. And
Good for all of us. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a comment. I'm still working out of town. I happen to drive into town for today's meeting. Can I zoom
yes,
in?
Zoom. Anybody who wants to zoom in is welcome to zoom in. It would be that type of meeting, but there is some action on the CUP, and the ad is coming out tomorrow. But we have some decision points that we need to bring to council. The only council can decide, and we need to return some questions back. So it'd be very helpful for at least a quorum to get together and let us run this by council and get the council's feedback.
Okay, it's just feedback, but we're not voting on anything.
No, e-session only. There's no action items, and I won't sneak anything else on the agenda.
My preference, if I could go Zoom, because I'm out of town, and the sooner the better for me.
What do you mean the sooner?
5 o'clock?
Yeah, like, I don't know, 8 AM. What time do we get up?
Oh, 8 a.m.
I'm thinking, you know,
We
5
can do a
o'clock or so.
daytime, but I know that your schedule.
I could do 5 or 6. Either one would be all right.
I can do that or noon. I mean, whatever works.
Oh, I can do noon.
Can we do noon?
Is that what we're
We
doing?
could-
No,
we
you
can't
can't
do
do.
No, Mike can't do noon.
What I meant was sooner in the evening.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have explained myself.
Oh,
4?
what,
I can't
can't
do
do
4.
that either.
I can't do 4,
Can you
but
do
I
a
don't
5?
need to be
5
here.
o'clock?
5 or 6 is all I can do.
Okay.
5 o'clock?
5 or 6, good with me, I don't care.
1700 on Thursday.
5 o'clock?
1700.
1700. Okay.
Is that 5 o'clock?
I
It's not gonna be long,
subtract
right?
12.
We're holding you to an hour. After
What's that?
an hour, I'm turning off the Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we'll get a ticking clock. Okay.
After an hour, the Zoom is
An
going
hour,
off.
after the hour, the Zoom goes, we'll cut the mics.
We're gonna do like Mission Impossible, the tape will self-destruct.
Yeah.
Right?
We'll-
Shelley will send us a Zoom invite?
Yeah, yes. And we'll have to agendize it, we'll have to post it legally, and that's why we can't do it Wednesday. We would do it Wednesday if we could, but, you know, well, we could do it 10 o'clock at night Wednesday, but I don't think you want that.
No?
No.
Okay, sounds good. Is that all? Any
That's all, yes.
future agenda items? I think we had a couple. What do?
Yeah, we had the business waiver, the business license
yeah,
waiver
okay.
for the future, and there was something else that we talked about.
There's money.
The CARES money, okay.
And where's the code enforcement
I would also-
presentation?
Don't forget cord.
It's supposed to have been
Yeah.
on for the last 2.
Well, and so I've been asked to do only 2 presentations. The business license waiver would be action, the CARES would be a presentation. What was the,
Mr. Mayor.
we were wanting to do a presentation on supporting local business. Are you okay with 3 presentations?
What's the
Not an
code
hour
enforcement?
long, right?
Well, I mean, I didn't think the barricade would go 35 minutes,
Oh,
but,
I did.
Yeah.
yeah, so.
I
Okay.
thought that was short, actually.
Yeah, well.
35 I
so-
thought was short for that.
So we can do helping out local businesses. We can do CARES, which is somewhat related. And then, the business license waiver, we'll make that an action. We won't do a presentation, just action item. And then, which is the one that you just brought up?
The code enforcement
Yeah,
is
code
supposed to have been
enforcement,
on the
okay.
last 2.
Yep.
And I have a request from Lyndon Baker. He wants to come before council to give an update as to what the Summer Youth Musical Theater program is. He's reached out to me now 3 times in email. So if we could get that on the agenda for him to give an update to council as to what that is.
Okay, you want that on the next meeting?
If you can.
That should be a short one. It shouldn't
Yeah.
be very.
Shouldn't be very long.
Okay.
Can I ask, and again, it's just me asking, can we get some of this information like a week before for presentations? That
Yes.
way we can read and absorb it, and then that way
Yeah.
we have the information where when they come for presentations, we have a little more knowledge about it and don't have to ask a lot of questions maybe.
Yeah. No,
That
and,
would be great.
yeah, and that's why, I mean, Jerry is working on that presentation all the way up to there, but, okay.
Good presentation.
With that. He was- So code enforcement, AZ CARES, city support of business.
Any other ones?
And then business license waiver, and then what was the one that you just
Lyndon
mentioned?
Baker.
Who is it?
Get it. I'll give you his contact information. Lyndon Baker. He wants to talk about the Summer
Oh, the
Youth Musical Theater Program. Yeah, that's a mouthful.
summer musical. And that would, okay.
Shouldn't be bad. That should be.
It would be 10 minutes. It would be 10 minutes.
It's these other
I
things
mean, that would be a wonderful, if he wants to come live, call to the public, that would be perfect, at 3 minutes, or if he wants, if 3 minutes enough, or does he need a spot on the agenda?
Give him a spot on the agenda.
Okay.
So if he has something he wants to show on the screen or something, he can.
Be a presentation?
Yeah.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Do we have it?
Presentation.
So I call for a motion for E-session.
Yes.
Motion made.
Second.
Motion second for executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion passed.
We just have.
10-minute break?
live now.
We're live now.
We live now?
We're live now.
Okay, we'll go ahead and bring our regular meeting back into session. And I want to start with comments from our HR specialist and our attorney. LaCoya, if you could start and see where we're at as far as evaluation contract process.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. The evaluation, as you all know, was completed last week, and copies of the evaluation package provided to City Manager Jepson, who's had a chance to review that. So that would essentially then close out this performance evaluation period from May 2019 up until present. And the next evaluation period then would start next month and go through May 2021. Recognizing that City Manager Jepson's contract is due in March, and the next evaluation due date is in May 2021, it would make sense from an efficiency and alignment standpoint to have both of those dates coincide and better align. So it would be my suggestion going forward that there be a realignment of those dates. So you would then have an abbreviated evaluation period and abbreviated contract term, so that then they would both then be set for review in May 2021.
Mayor, the way you could do that legally, what your HR consultant has done, someone you hired who's really helped you improve your HR department. She is suggesting that we do realign those two dates because they are misaligned in the current contract. So you could move as a council that to align those two dates, you would move that the manager agreement be amended to allow for a performance review that will commence on November 1st, 2020 and terminate on May 1st, 2021. On May 2021, the manager's contract will either be renewed for a 2-year period or be terminated. In the event of termination, the manager shall be paid severance as required by Section 8 of the current management agreement. I can get that language to your clerk. That language, if you decide to approve it tonight by motion, second, and then adoption by the council, would be in the minutes, and then we will get the mayor and the manager to sign so that we have a formal amendment to the agreement.
And Mr. Mayor, we also need to read in item J so everybody knows which line we're on. Yes.
So we're going back to item J. Let me find shoot.
There you go.
Yeah, he's got it.
Right before late agenda.
So item J is possible action pursuant to executive discussion regarding the employment contract of the city manager. So is there any further discussion, or do we have a motion from here?
Mayor, I'd just like to clarify, Paul's in agreement with going this route?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you very much. This has been, I so appreciate the time you've spent, 2 meetings now, spending, talking with each other, giving me the feedback that I need to be successful, and sharing that with me. It's a labor of commitment, and I value that so much from you. So I am strongly in favor of the action you're about to take, and I agree with getting this aligned so we can get the timing straight on this. So thank you very much.
Your comments?
In that case, Mayor, this is Fernando, I would move to adopt the language as presented by our attorney, Bill.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the language as stated by our city attorney, Bill Sims. Is there any further discussion? I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Do we want to call a roll call on there? We got one nay, we got...
Mayor, under Shelley would jump in. Under the new open meeting law, now that you don't have unanimity, you've got to do a roll call.
Okay. Shelley, can you do a roll call, please?
District 1, Councilman Rios.
Yes.
District 2, Councilman Pastor.
Yes.
District 3, Councilman Latham.
Yes.
District 4, Mayor Stapleton.
Yes.
District 5, Councilwoman Giles.
No.
District 6, Councilman Chipley.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, ayes have it.
thank you, Shelley. Thank you for all the time and effort.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Motion made.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for adjournment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion passed. Thank you again. Be safe on your trip back.
Yes, I gotta.